Okay, and we're live on YouTube. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are going to call the workshop of the April 13th Historic District Commission to order. We have a couple of staff announcements first, and then we have a workshop item about the Wilmore School site. So I'll go really quickly. Three announcements. First, I want to announce that Commissioner Muirn won't be with us today for a very joyful reason. His wife gave birth to their second baby, Anderson Thomas, and so he's a proud papa, and they're spending time as a family. So I think paternity leave's a good thing.
Agree. Let's send him well wishes.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he's not going to be getting any sleep.
right. I think I think he also has an 18-month-old, maybe, maybe 2 years. I'm not sure. Two pandemic babies, basically. Yeah, he'll be out. And then she's not here right now, but we want to wish a very happy birthday to Linda Keach, our clerk. It's her birthday today, and we appreciate her working hard for us on her birthday. So happy birthday, Linda. And then the final thing is there is a upcoming training that was just opened up to the entire state. It was originally for communities impacted by Hurricane Florence or Michael, and they have 100 spaces. So not everyone who was impacted, I think, took advantage or was able to take advantage. So I'm going to be sending the commission information, but it's resilience and disaster planning. It is the morning of June 2nd and the morning of June 16th. It counts for our required trainings for the state. And it's going to look at disaster planning and recovery for historic communities, what a risk assessment survey and documentation, talking about preparedness, how we work pre-disaster and then post-disaster, working with the community. So staff is signed up to go, but I just wanted to let the commission know that this was a free opportunity, and I'll send out more information about that. So I would encourage people to attend if you can. With that, Kim, do you have anything you wish to add before we jump into the workshop?
No, I think you have it covered. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have some guests with us, both joining online and in the room. We're very excited about, but I'm gonna turn it over to our guests. If y'all want to come up to the applicant table, the microphone is on mute, so you'll have to just press it once and make sure it's green. And we'd love it if you would introduce yourself and your team. And I have the presentation on the screen and I'll scroll through it for you.
Great.
And we have about 24 minutes.
Okay,
So.
sounds good. I believe Ruffin Scarborough has joined virtually. So he's going to provide a little introduction to start, and then I'll jump in from there. So Ruffin, if you're there, take it away.
Yeah, can you all hear me? Yeah.
We can.
Okay, great. So my name is Ruffin Scarborough. I'm representing the Scarborough family. My sister, Betty Caldwell, father, Paul Scarborough, the meeting as well. So our
Ruffin,
family,
there you are. You went in and out a little bit there, Ruffin.
okay, sorry, I'm on spring break with my family and don't have great internet, so we'll try and get through this. So our family has owned Carolina Foods for 88 years and has operated in the Wilmore and South End area for 75 years. As you can see, we're less than a quarter mile away from the Wilmore school site, and the business has been an important employer for the Wilmore neighborhood in the past. And this past year, we sold a majority stake in Carolina Foods and are stepping away from the day-to-day and focusing on commercial real estate. And, you know, what better project for us to work on than the Wilmore School? It's something that we're extremely familiar with, and wanted to work with somebody who's ideas were aligned with ours, and we picked Avery Hall to work with on this project. We've worked with them on another project in NODA that's going to be coming out of the ground in the next year or so. But we picked Avery Hall because they have experience working in historic districts, and they do extremely high quality designs and high quality products. And I'll let Tarleton talk a little bit about Avery Hall.
Thanks, Stefan. So I'm Tarleton Long, principal at Avery Hall. We're a Brooklyn and Charlotte-based development and design firm. As Ruffin mentioned, we've done a lot of work in the past, particularly in Brooklyn, either directly in historic districts or adjacent to them. A lot of the early work was really focused on high quality projects in these neighborhoods. One thing that's unique about us is that we also do the exterior design in-house. We, of course, work with other architects or local architects for all the heavy lifting on documentation and permitting and whatnot. But it's a big passion of ours to thoughtfully design the building for long-term ownership and really focus on quality construction. One of our projects in Brooklyn went through the exact same kind of New York version of the landmarks and historic district review. So we're very well versed in this process. And this site in the neighborhood, we really love the site in the neighborhood because it resembles a lot of what we do in Brooklyn. And my role specifically is I lead the Charlotte office. And in Charlotte, we currently have 3 projects, one with the Scarborough family in NODA, another one in NODA, and one in the South End. So in addition to our Brooklyn work, we have a lot of local experience as well. So I think with that, and just to emphasize again, kind of why our team is a great fit for this project, is that alignment and an interest to own it long term. We're not looking to build something here and immediately flip it and sell it to someone else. We are both very keen on delivering quality design and a quality project that can last a long term. And I think that goes hand in hand with kind of working with the historic district and thinking about how this building can fit in the neighborhood. So jumping to the school and the proposal itself. So of course we need to start by thinking about our context. And I think with this particular site, the most important context of all is the historic school. As many of you may know, it was built in approximately 1925 and designed by Louis Ashbury, or at least the original portion was. Over the years, there have been a couple of additions. On the far right, there was an auditorium addition by Martin Boyer, about around 1950. And then in the 70s, there was kind of a series of, I'd call it unfortunate additions to the school since then. For those familiar with the site, it is in extreme disrepair at the moment. Most of the windows are broken and the inside is quite the mess. But there's beautiful architecture there. And a big kind of part of our goal with this site is to preserve the school, find a way to adaptively reuse it. And in order to preserve the school, we need to achieve a certain amount of density on the remainder of the 3 acres around the site. So we're certainly going to be taking cues from the architecture of the school and think of it as kind of our most important context. But looking around the neighborhood just in terms of other relevant buildings and height, kind of beyond just the single family homes, we have the Calvary Church across the street, the Greater Galilee Church up the street. And then, in thinking about height, Wilmore has a lot of topography. A number of buildings, both homes and structures, are sitting up kind of prominently on grade above the street curb. So when we think about height, we really think about it as the prominence above the adjacent street curb, not necessarily height as measured from topography to the roof parapet. So in thinking about that, looking around the neighborhood, there's lots of precedent for height, exceeding 50 feet when factoring in that prominence above the adjacent curb level. So jumping into the plan itself and starting with the school, as I mentioned earlier, our primary goal is to save the school and adaptively reuse it. I walked the school numerous times, including last week with Stuart Gray of the Landmarks Commission, just to kind of get his 2 cents on his thoughts on the school and what might be able to be changed and what should be preserved. I think we all agree that this 1970s addition would be best if it was removed. So we plan to remove that portion. There's kind of different parts to it, some more in the back along the side, highlighting in red. So the idea is we remove the 1970s additions, preserve the original 1925 building, as well as the Martin Boyer addition from 1950. This is an elevation from Martin Boyer's drawings showing the original facade of the 1925 building, as well as his addition on the right. What you'll see is that the 1970s addition actually covers up not only a lot of the frontage of the school to West Boulevard, which is quite unfortunate, but the original entries as well are kind of buried behind the addition. So our goal is to remove that addition, and we could either restore, there'll be a hole left in the facade. Either we could attempt to restore to the original design, or if that proves impractical or difficult, the other method of restoring that facade would be to differentiate it somehow that's kind of contextual to the architecture of the building. So here's an overview of a proposed kind of preliminary site plan. And just to get you oriented, Kingston is on the north, West Boulevard on the south, Mint along the west. I'm showing what I would call the future footprint of the school, with the 1970s additions removed along West Boulevard, and then the proposed new development surrounding. Another thing to note here is I've included the topography, because that'll be a key kind of component of how we're fitting this building into the context. So really the site is divided into 2 parts. There's the adaptive reuse footprint, where we will work at carefully restoring the school. And I think that also includes some enhancements to the existing surface parking and landscaping in front of the school. That parking lot is quite neglected. And so that design will focus on the adaptive reuse and kind of landscape enhancements. And then in blue is what we're calling the new development footprint. So the vast majority of that today is just a abandoned surface parking lot. And that's the footprint where we need to unlock a certain amount of density so that the site works from an economic standpoint. And most importantly, we can save the school. So next slide. So just to walk you through some of the features of this site plan, starting on the east side along the property line with adjacent single family, we're showing a little bit more generous of a setback there on the east side. There are 2 on the northeast corner. There's 2 large mature trees that, by creating this additional buffer and setback along that property line, we could potentially save those trees. Swinging around Kingston Street, luckily the majority of the healthy trees are in the right of way, and we of course intend to save those. The same with Mint Street. On the Mint Street side, there's a slight curve to that street. And I think instead of following the curve exactly with our building footprint, we would actually kind of sawtooth and step it. I think the benefits there would be not only we would break up the massing of that longest frontage to the building, but by doing these setbacks, we kind of create opportunities of additional green space and buffer. And then along West Boulevard, the building would extend to the corner of Minton West. That's where we would propose to put some ground floor retail. We've heard feedback from the neighborhood and the neighborhood association that they would love to see some retail here. We view this as likely more kind of small scale mom and pop retail, a cafe, a small restaurant, that sort of thing. And I think another aspect of activating that corner with retail would be to think about this corner long term. And I know the neighborhood association owns some of the land catty corner, and they have goals to potentially redevelop that in a way that's a little bit more dense and a little bit more activated. So this could become really kind of a neighborhood node here. And then of course, the theater itself. We don't know exactly what we would do with this, but I think there's opportunity there to think about it as a potential event or gathering space, some sort of commercial program. So in talking about building heights, so we're kind of carefully articulating heights along each frontage to find a way to balance bulk and massing with perhaps where there's more sensitivity to height. So starting on Kingston, we're proposing for a 3-story building along the largest portion of the Kingston frontage, actually to your right there, at this with a setback. So that would go up 3 floors and then setback with a kind of a generous terrace space and then top out at 4 floors above Kingston. As you turn the corner to Mint Street, that bar would technically be 3 stories above Mint, but then step up to 4 stories above Mint as you move closer to West Boulevard. And perhaps we also work in a 3-story setback terrace along Mint to kind of soften that edge as well. And then the corner in Mint and West would be a 4-story portion with the ground floor retail below. At the very center of the site, between the 2 courtyards, we're proposing to go up to 5 stories. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later with the cross section, but this 5 stories would be totally not visible from any of the steep street frontages because of the distance from the center of the site to the streets. And then, back one more. Yep, got it. Just to note that we're also stepping back to 3 stories along the eastern side to the property line. So the cross section here kind of illustrates that concept of the varying heights. And most importantly, there's a lot of grade to the site. That dashed line going through the site is the existing grade. And we would actually bury the parking as well as the single loaded first floor facing Kingston Street so that that prominence along Kingston Street stays much lower than if we were to build directly on top of the hill. And this section also illustrates how that 5 stories in the middle won't be visible from either side of the site. And then just to think a little bit about what might this building look like. We've got a long way to go on design, but just to think about the cues we would take, I think we're definitely think it'd be more appropriate to have the architecture be influenced by the school itself. We think it's more appropriate for respecting the history of the design of the school, but also more appropriate for a higher density building. So we're looking at certain details on the school building and taking cues from that in the new construction. At the same time, we think there's elements of the kind of typical craftsman style house in the neighborhood that we can not nod to in a way with our design to make it feel very residential and welcoming. So this is just a snippet vignette, kind of hand sketch of what could the building possibly look like. This is a small section along Kingston Street showing the 3 stories with the masonry facade with a brick that complements or matches the existing school with oversized divided light windows that are similar to the school, and then working in kind of very residential feel at the ground floor with individual unit entries with the sconces and recesses as well as planter boxes. And then perhaps the 4th floor that's set back transitions to a lap siding material, just like many of the houses in the neighborhood transition from brick to lap siding in the upper level. And that's it. I think in conclusion, I ended with a picture of the W over the auditorium. Even small little details like this, like the Art Deco Wilmore W, are things that we absolutely love about the property and would find ways to work into the new development in clever ways.
Thank you so much. We always love it when applicants come in and repurpose buildings that have been around for a while, paying homage to them. They're really interesting applications to review. I'll just kick it off by saying that we would definitely want to see the impact this building has on the neighboring buildings. Because along Kingston, there are 1-story, 1.5-story buildings, not just the new development there. And we would also want to make sure that you are taking into consideration the historic properties, right? But we want to see how your building relates to and or impacts those neighboring properties. because that's going to be really important in determining how high we can go, how wide we can go, all of that good stuff. Okay?
So in your mind, what is, how would you define impact? Is it a shade study? Is it the use of materials on the facade? How do
Yeah,
you define?
all of that. So I think we take a holistic approach, right? So we look at materials, we look at those design features that you use to make it so that the mass doesn't feel overwhelming, the setbacks, really everything that's listed in our new construction list are the things that we look at. We look at roof forms, we look at, just go down the list in comparison to the properties around it. So if the properties are speaking French and your building speaking Spanish, then it's going to not be met as well as if you pay homage not only to the school, but to those historic buildings that are located around it, because that's the context.
Okay. So just as a follow-up question, I think this current design contemplates an architecture perhaps more related to a school than a craftsman style house. We've seen a lot of apartment developments in DOA, for example, that try and more literally translate the craftsman style into an apartment building. Would it be fair to say that in this instance, perhaps it's more appropriate to lean towards the school as architecture to draw influence from, with subtle references to the craftsman style, or would you be looking for kind of more literal interpretation of kind of the single family homes on the street?
As one commissioner, I can say that personally, you're building it around the school. And so, quite frankly, that is what I'd be looking at. But the thing that's so special about Wilmore is that there are different architectural styles. I'd say make sure that you're not putting in a hodgepodge of all of the different
Right.
styles, but you're picking a lane.
Yep.
All right. Commissioners, any other comments or questions of the applicant?
I'll just throw some comments in. So, I mean, just a couple of basic things. So when Kim had said, hey, you need to look at other historic properties in the neighborhood, think about, using examples that, we'll take height as an example. You need to compare the height of what you're doing to the height of other historic multifamily or commercial buildings, right? You wouldn't compare it, the height to the height of a historic single family home, right? So it's important to compare multifamily to multifamily, but the key is historic. For example, and I don't think there is around the site. For example, if there was something that was built 15 years ago, it's 6 stories high, it's a multifamily apartment building. It came in before Wilmore was historic. You couldn't use that as an example to justify your height. So that's when we say, compare against the historic items like height and setback and context that's, in that 360-degree view. And again, I don't know what the heights are off the top of my head with
so I think
Calvary or.
the Calvary Church, because there isn't, in Wilmore, there are no, it's very limited what's in that historic district. So there's not other multifamily buildings to look to. And really, if you scroll up one slide, it's Calvary Church is certainly one, which is, the building in the back is 4 stories. The church itself, the steeple, of course, is very tall, but the prominent part is perhaps closer to 55 to 60 feet from the street. And then these other examples are just, homes. That's a new development on Worthington and West that went through historic district review. And the argument here is that because they're building on top of the hill instead of into the hill, this has just as much, if not more, prominence over the street than our proposal.
Commissioners, do you see any issue from a height perspective with the applicants using the height of Calvary, Church, the 60 feet, from the street as a, kind of a good baseline for the project?
We've done that before with other projects.
I just want to give, make sure they're going down the right path, right? Because density is important to them.
I think y'all have used both, right? Especially for Kingston or Worthington. We measure height as grade to ridge, but also consider the topography on a hill. And there are multifamily buildings across the street. You just approved new construction last month.
So in getting a little bit more specific about height, if we go to the site plan real quick. So in that context, do you feel that the way we've generally massed this, understanding that of course it's going to evolve and how the materials and setbacks exactly work will evolve, with the general massing of kind of starting on 3 floors on Kingston with setbacks, working our way up to 5 floors in the center of the site is something that the historic district could get behind?
How tall is the 5-4?
So the 5 floors would probably top out at around to the parapet, maybe 55 feet from that adjacent grade.
So it'd still be similar in height to the Calvary Church. It's across the
Exactly.
street, across Main
Exactly.
Street.
But it's not visible from the street.
Yeah, that's right. As Paul mentioned, you actually won't be able to see that portion of the building from the street. But if we're just measuring heights, yes, the highest point would be 55 feet above grade there.
If you're asking what we've done in the past, we have looked at that, but it's really hard to answer that question because again, we take a holistic approach when we're reviewing applications. So it's not just the height, it's the materials, it's the setback, it's how you break it up. And so I'd say that I would keep moving in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable approach. I think it's, and I agree, seems like a reasonable approach. I do want to hit on setback real quick.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the corner on the southwest. So again, commissioners, just thinking about setback, knowing that it looks like it's set farther out than, the single family home. It's directly across from it on Mint Street. It's sitting a little farther out than the auditorium. What are your thoughts on setback? Do you feel it's too close to west? Does it?
But we look at rhythm. That was going to be my question. So to your point, you do look at rhythm.
Christy, we can't hear Commissioner Bonaparte.
Sorry about that. That was going to be my question. Looking at where the Mint curves, just wondering that distance from the building to the street, and then that southwest corner, as Christy was highlighting, just making sure that we are, those setbacks are being observed, and if you have a plan to ask for a variance of some sort, because it does look quite close.
So the rule of thumb we're using for this preliminary site plan would be to follow what TOD Neighborhood Center sets out as setbacks by each frontage. And then, of course, we're actually, because we technically won't be seeking that zoning, those buffer spaces are beyond the minimum build-to zone that TOD actually requires. So in general, the closest we get to West Boulevard would be the 24 feet from the curb, and then Kingston would be, I believe it's 18 feet is the setback there.
Val, would you pass your mic over to Joe, please? Thank you.
So I guess I'll talk, but the Historic District Commission has always supersedes the underlying zoning. So
Right.
even in a case of whatever that gets rezoned to as a neighborhood center, it will still have to abide by similar setbacks, et cetera, that the Historic District guidelines would offer.
So what sort of setbacks on this particular corner we're talking
And you
about?
take your cue best by the neighbors that are around so that, that we would feel comfortable with it fitting in more with its surroundings versus the neighborhood center prescribing the setback. Yeah.
Understood.
So
Let's, just a moment, PJ. We're at 102 now, so let's cut off at 105, okay?
I was just going to, so for example, again, I'm still at the southwest corner, blending the setback so it better is in alignment with the existing auditorium on the right. And then when I look at the left across the street, maybe the single family home. And again, sorry, right there. Sorry, across Mint Street.
Crossmans.
That's one of the houses.
That's the
this-
neighborhood association.
It's the neighborhood association building.
Not
It-
there. Go across,
This one?
bingo, right
Single.
there.
Okay.
So I think it's just making sure that your setback is blended in between that single family home and then I guess the front of the auditorium.
So that particular home looks like it almost has no setback from west.
Yeah.
And of course has more or less a front yard setback.
Yeah, it's just hard to see from the
Yeah.
picture. It almost looks like it's not there. It's just throwing me off a little bit. Again, I mean, that's the whole concept, right? Is
Right.
making sure it aligns. And then also when you look at Kingston, knowing that you've got single family homes to the right, bam, and then you've got a quad on the left, on the other side of Mint Street, right? Figuring out how you can blend, your setbacks in so that your project isn't sticking out predominantly in front of them.
So one thing we looked at here was by creating that additional buffer space on the northeast corner on Kingston, and then having that notch in the building there, it's like there's a transition zone
Yeah.
that there's a buffer, there's a more generous setback, and then the building kind of gets closer to Kingston. We're more constrained. The dimension from Kingston to the school is actually quite constrained. Those courtyards are already pretty narrow. The buildings can only get so narrow. So that dimension is actually pretty tight. And part of our goal is also to maintain enough buffer from the new building to the school itself. So the school has room to breathe, not only in the front, but also in the back.
Okay, let's wrap up with one more
Yeah,
comment.
the only other thought I have is, and I'd like to look at this later on when I have some more time, because I know we're out of it now, but just in terms of the footprint of the original school as it relates to the footprint of what you're proposing. I think it was in a previous slide, but I personally would want to spend more time just looking at that as well.
Okay.
And if I may, this is also a landmark. So the Historic Landmarks Commission will also be looking at it. And I imagine they'll probably take some cues from what was done at Van Landingham with considering the view shed of the historic building and the fact that this is a node and making sure that, you can really see and experience the building and it remains, pretty prominent rather than being obscured. So I will have conversations with them, and like they've done before, they come to our meetings and we try and run everything in tandem.
So as we wrap up, one other piece of advice I would give is to look at where it's been done. Now, don't do what they did because this is a completely different context.
Right.
But maybe study how they did it. Okay? Thank you for coming.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we want to move on to the first application? 3 minutes transition. Okay, great, thanks. Hello. We are about to get started, and before the chair swears everyone in, I just want to make sure that the folks who are the first couple applications are on and ready to be sworn in. So, Richard, are you with us?
Yes. I'm here.
Great. Hi, Richard.
Hi.
And then I'm looking for Roger and maybe Spencer.
Yeah, Roger's here.
Hi, Roger. And then Dave Hughes and perhaps is maybe Elise and Tim. Okay. Well, we'll get started with at least the first three. Kim, are you ready? Okay, over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, the bar. It's got lathered up.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the April 13th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:10 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Nichelle Bonaparte, Joe Walker, Chris Barth, Jim Hayden, PJ Henningsen, Phil Goodwin, and Scott Whitlock. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanik, Candace Lighty, Jill Sanchez Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentation and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached, and a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Please be mindful, we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, our first application is 1101 Belgrave Place. Richard,
Yes.
hello, welcome, and you've just been sworn in.
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. This is a consent agenda item. It is for an addition at the back right rear corner of 1101 Belgrave. I do not believe we have anyone signed up to speak against the project. And then there are some conditions outlined that staff has requested, but again, it's up to the commission if you want to include these conditions or add any additional ones.
All right, perfect. So do we have anyone on the line who wants to speak for or against this application, Christy?
No, I believe the only unknown caller is Elise Johnson, and she is for item number 4.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, any objections to keeping this on the consent agenda? All right, well, let's get a motion.
I have one.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte.
I move that we approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for new construction, chapter 6, and that permit-ready construction drawings be submitted to staff for final review with the following conditions. Provide accurate rear yard permeability calculations that meet HDC standards. Install actual windows instead of faux openings. Infill brick on the right elevation. Beam column detail for rear porch. Brick on the new addition to remain unpainted. And provide window and door specifications that meet HDC standards.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0. Thank you.
Okay, our next application is 2306 Charlotte Drive. And Roger is with us and has been sworn in. This application is also a consent agenda item. It is just too big for staff to review. It exceeds the 50%. There's one condition that staff has or 3 conditions that staff has recommended. One is the addition of a window on the right elevation, and then the typical rear yard specs and window door specifications. So with that, back to you.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line now?
No.
All right. Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, let's get a motion. Commissioner Walker, will you lead us on this one?
Yeah, sure. I move to approve this application as it meets our guidelines and standards for new construction and additions, specifically 6.20 through 6.24. And that the applicant provide the following for staff approval. The rear yard permeability calculations measured from the original thermal wall specs on the windows and doors so that they abide by HDC standards. Oh, and that back to staff with permit-ready construction drawings for final review.
All right.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Who wants to second that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0.
Thank you. Our next application is also a consent agenda item. And first of all, I just want to really commend this applicant for reaching out to staff about this issue that they found. They were worried about coming to the end and us finding out. And, you know, a lot of times this doesn't happen. Cindy goes out on her final inspections and people have done work without talking to us. And it takes a lot for us to work through at the staff level to help them fix it. So I just really commend Mr. Hughes for reaching out to staff and working with us on this. But with that said, they were approved for a specific height, and when it was built, they found it to be 1.5 feet. No, they found it to be taller. Yeah, the house was approved at 25.9 and it was framed at 26.5. So I don't even know that you notice it from the street, but because it is taller, staff can't approve things that are taller. It is to the commission for your review. Everything else is the same. So with that, staff is recommending this as a consent item. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you. There's no one on the phone for or against this.
Perfect. Any objection, commissioners, to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, let's make a motion.
Make a motion to approve as submitted. And I don't think I need to add a whole lot more than that.
No. All right, Commissioner Hayden, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. Any further discussion of the motion?
Can we just add that it meets the new construction design standards, please?
I'll add that we'll approve it because it meets the design standards for new construction, Chapter 6.
All right, Commissioner Hayden, are you still good with that, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
All right. Any discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. And our next application is for 2010 The Plaza. This is for the multifamily project. It's outlined in the staff memo, but I want to be very clear that we are only looking at building 1, but the reason why it's here is because they have some minor changes that staff can't approve. And they're also looking for this as sort of the commission's approval that they're on the right path for buildings 2, 3, and 4. And provided that the changes are similar to this, your approval of this would also give staff the approval to sign off on the rest of those so you don't have to see those too. However, that being said, should there be a major change with one of those, staff will absolutely bring that back to the commission. So this is being recommended for a consent item.
It is?
It is.
And no calls. No callers on the
The
line.
only caller on the line is the applicant, and that's Elise Johnson.
Okay, all right. All right, commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Well, before we float a motion, I just want to put it on record that I think not only were the changes necessary, obviously, but I think they were definitely better than the last time we saw it. Maybe even, in my opinion, better than the first than the one we approved months ago now. So, who wants to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project as submitted as it regards to section 6 of new construction.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Who wants to second that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our first continued item from the February 9th meeting, 816 Walnut Avenue. Brian and Bradley, are you with us?
Not with us, but we have,
Brian should be with us pretty soon. Brad is not able to attend. I'm Julian Adams. I'm with the Carmina Wood Morris architectural firm. Brian is supposed to make some kind of initial remarks. Let me see if I can raise.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
There you go. There you are, Brian. I can hear you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Julian and Brian, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, we need to do that first.
All
And
right,
we
let me,
probably we should swear in Adrian Smith as well.
Yes, please.
all right. If you'll all raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from February for a number of items that are outlined on the memo. I'm not going to go into them. The applicants have also provided a substantial amount of information in the agenda supplement. For anyone joining us online, the agenda supplement is linked on our agenda. With a direct link, you can pull up all of this information. And with that, I'm going to turn it directly over to the applicants, and I will ask that they state, Brian, Adrian, Julian, if you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and if you would spell names and addresses, please. Thanks.
Sure. This is Brian Slevar, Brian Slevar, and I'm at 118 Hallwell, Hallwill Drive in Amherst, New York.
Adrian, you want to go next?
Yes, Adrian Smith, ADRIAN SMITH, and I am at 316 Spring Garden, two words, Spring Garden, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27401.
And I am Julian Adams. That's JULIAN ADAMS. I'm at 146 2nd Street in Troy, New York.
Okay. You can feel free to get started with your presentation. I am on, and if you would help by stating slide numbers, I'm starting on slide 5.
Okay. So this is now the I think our second meeting here. We chose to skip the March meeting because we felt we had to spend some time and relook at this project. We took a lot of the comments to heart, and I feel that you'll see as Julian runs us through them that we addressed everything. I think part of the reason we have such an extra agenda or amendment to our thing is because, again, we tried to go and address more of the staff comments that we received with the agenda. So we'll be prepared to talk about all that today. Adrian Smith is finally able to join us. He is the property owner. He has been intimately involved in this project, obviously through its conception. And I think today, I'd like to just ask Adrian if he'd like to say a couple things to address the commission.
Yes, thank you, Brian. And thank you, Commission. Again, this is Adrian Smith. I am the property owner at 816 Walnut Avenue. I again, have been intimately involved with this project from the onset, but unfortunately unable to attend the meetings due to the timing of them. But I do appreciate the Commission's time. I appreciate all the comments and the enthusiasm around the project and all of the issues that have come up. We've tried to address. I've also had a conversation with one of the neighbors, and there was a misunderstanding, thinking that we were looking to do a quad when we were only trying to do a triplex, which is what is there now. I purchased this property or this building in March of 2019 due to the fact that I thought it was a great neighborhood and its close proximity to downtown. At the time when I purchased it, it had tenants in there already, and we kept the tenants in there, and one of the units was empty, so I started to renovate that unit. And upon renovating that unit, there were some older elements to the property that needed, in my opinion, to be changed over the long term so that the place would remain safe. And when I started looking at all that needed to be done to the property to bring it up to what I felt was, some reasonable standards for today's time, it looked to seem to be a very costly project. And so I started talking to my friends and architects that I knew had done work in the historic district and would be very sensitive to the needs of making sure that we maintain the integrity of the neighborhood, because I wanted to put up something that I felt was more representative of what I do and the things that I feel comfortable with. And so that's when I started working with Carmina and Brian and their firm and looking to do this project that you see here now. I did want to address an issue, though, that has come up over the last couple of weeks or over the last couple of months. And I think the Historic Commission gave my architects some information about the residents or gave my architects information to the residents in the neighborhood because there were some concerns that they had. These residents in the neighborhood then secured a lawyer who or counsel to do a title search on just my property. This lawyer then sent out some restrictions that existed on the property, or that to some deed restrictions that were back in the 1920s to my architects. And these were things that we had already addressed and already taken care of. But one of the things that really offended me was the first item on the things that they sent basically states the property shall be used for residential purposes only and shall be occupied and owned by people of the white race only. And I'm telling the commission that because I'm an African American, and I'm completely offended that the folks in the neighborhood would send something like that to me.
Mr. Smith, sir,
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting you. For the sake of time and to be courteous to all of the other applicants who have to present to us today, if you will keep your testimony strictly to the standards and how your application meets those, that would be very helpful for all of us, okay?
And I have nothing else to say.
Thank you, sir.
Brian?
Okay. Well, then with that, Julian, can you let's take us through this redesign that we have.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Commission. I hope this is not the only time I have to present to you all. I have not presented to the HDC in Charlotte before. And I have great respect for the work of a commission. I used to manage the CLG and Preservation Commission training for New York State, so I know what a task it is and what a responsibility you have. So with that said, I'm speaking basically on behalf of Brad today. He did a lot of the work on the design. Of course, he can't be here today. I believe we met a lot of the commission's concerns, a lot of the notes we got from staff, things such as setback, spacing, addressing of the facade to the street to try to lessen its impact, making it look less like a large building and a smaller building. One of the things that, as Adrian just mentioned, is the downsizing of the unit count from 4 to 3, which we believe will have a better impact on the neighborhood, less stress on the street, and also it allows us to do a better job with downscaling some of the building as well as addressing appropriate entrances to the structure. Some of the comments were about the full width porch and balcony, which I totally agreed with. We've gone to a smaller scale porch centered on the building. The general overall view of the building is to look more like a colonial revival structure, which is more about symmetry than ornament in many cases. This is a very eclectic neighborhood of different scales and styles and different types of buildings. From what I can tell, there's no one overarching design in the neighborhood. So we're hoping this one is a good addition of what we call contemporary compatible building without trying to fake up anything, but also look of its time, but fit in well with the other structures. We do believe that this looks more like a single family building than any other design we've presented. The symmetry of it, the side gable to the street, the setback, everything about it, hopefully we would believe meets with the commission's guidelines and standards. I'll be open for questions. There's more talking points I have, but I know we have limited time and I want to get down to what you may have concerns with and how we can address those. Anybody?
Okay, we're just going through the actual applications. Christy is scrolling through them.
I saw
through it. So if there's anything that you want to point out about the actual application and how it applies to the standards, we want you to have the time to do that.
Okay, yeah, I was confused.
I'm sorry, somebody was speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just want to stay on topic.
Certainly. Brian, were you trying to bring up something?
No, I just was a little confused, but keep going and explain our project.
Okay. Of course, as you know, this is a demolition of a small scale building that's, I believe, entirely out of character to the neighborhood, and trying to build something back that fits in with the setback, the spacing, the character of the neighborhood, the height, the fenestration, everything about this building, I believe, goes to the standards of the Charlotte HDC. I don't have them in front of me to quote right now, but we've worked through them with Brad. There's going to be, I know there were some questions about non-traditional materials, but this is a modern building, and we may be using materials that are of a modern nature to reflect the building scale, the building age itself. We have worked carefully, I said, to downsize the scale to fit in with the single story or the multi-story, multi-family building on the street. Really, I don't have too much else to say about it. We have dealt with many of the comments from the staff comments. There are staff comments in the first review.
All right. Thank you, Julian. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do not.
All right. So it's our turn, commissioners. I'll kick it off and just have one question. I'm going to bring it up in deliberation, and so I'd love for you guys to be able to address it now. By the way, wonderful progress on this building. Thank you so much for listening to the feedback you got and applying it. The only question I have is about the directional expression of the building. It's tall and vertical, whereas the neighboring buildings tend to be more horizontal and or square. Will you speak to went vertical?
We're somewhat limited on that lot by size there. We couldn't go much wider because there will need for access to rear parking. The scale of it, I believe, is not much higher than the others. I believe the directional expression may be more vertical than horizontal. But again, hopefully with the side gable, we've addressed the fact that it has it looks like more it's facing the street more from a downward position than towering above the street. Hopefully the side gable does that for us, as well as the addition of the stoop at the porch to bring your eye down to the street rather than having pointing to the heavens, such as the larger porch was before. Again, this neighborhood is extremely eclectic in its form, and I don't believe there's one overarching style or form here.
All right, thanks, Julian. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. So I did have a couple of questions. And again, I'm just looking at some of the items that this application was continued for when we saw you a couple of months ago. Christy, can we stay on this picture? So my first comment was one of the items that was continued on had to do with leveraging scale reducing techniques, context and character. And I would like when we're ready for some of the architects to weigh in, just, when I'm looking at the bottom picture and I'm looking at the left elevation and then the corresponding right elevation, it's a coplanar, wall of brick. And I'm curious if there's opportunity to, after that gable ends, to inset those walls, some X number of inches, just so that shows a little more, so it does leverage some scale reducing techniques. And again, that's,
More like an exterior wing coming out the back.
Exactly.
I'd have to go back.
Again, that's my, and apologies for interrupting, that's my opinion. Again, I would like to hear from more of the architects. I may just be the only one that feels that way, but I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Well, the unit count and the square footage does count for some of the envelope, of course, as you would expect. There might be an ability to add an architectural feature there that would break the mass visually. I'm not sure we can come in on the rear sides that much, but we could talk about how do we introduce something there to say front and back of the building. Any other comments from the commission?
Well, anyone want to add anything to that?
I can add on to what Commissioner Henningsen mentioned. I think for me at least, the updated proposal, well, I think it looks fantastic. It's a huge improvement in response to our comments. Well, from the front elevation, it does read more of a single family structure versus some of the other multifamily or quadplexes that we see in this district. So as viewed from these oblique angles, I will say the massing down those two sides of the building does seem a little bit excessive, as PJ mentioned. So providing a little bit of relief down those two sides would certainly help in alleviating that.
I mean, I'm sure we can find a way to step it in a couple of inches. I mean, again, we have a very narrow lot. We have a driveway we need to fit down the side. We've got the setbacks we need to follow. I mean, we're working as best we can within the constraints we have. And it seems that we're getting told sometimes we're supposed to look like a single family home, then we're supposed to look like a quadplex. And we're trying to balance all these things out to give our client what he wants, but also, please everybody here on the commission. So I really feel like we took a lot of the comments. You see on the bottom image how drastically this changed, and all of the height guidelines and the spacing and the setbacks and everything like that, we are all within. It is a multifamily building. If our neighbors don't like it being a multifamily building, I can't change their opinion of that, but we still have to have the building function as a 3-tenant building. It can't be a single family home, but now we're hearing it needs to look like a multifamily building. It's very confusing.
Well,
I'm going to jump in and say that there's a multifamily building on Grandin that looks like a single family building from the front. So I'm going to just defer from my, I'm going to just add that for a little bit of clarity.
Yeah, and yes, absolutely appreciate that it is a balancing act between wants and have to. Got that. I'm merely suggesting you guys have done a great job, using scale reducing, techniques from 2 months ago. I just feel, and it sounds like Commissioner Barth feels as well. There may be others. It could just be two of us that, some other scale reducing techniques on the left and right elevation, are needed. And again, we're still, saying that we need to compare multifamily to, to multifamily. So by no means are we saying that, your project has to look 100% like a single family. I want to make sure I'm just comparing to what this application was continued for 2 months ago.
Thank you for that. I know some of the multifamilies I've seen in this neighborhood are quite large. They look like multifamilies, and that's the challenge with a lot this small to put this in here while honoring the single family size lot while getting a multifamily in there. So I hope you understand it is a bit of a challenge. Brian, do you think there's anything we can look at on those sides?
I mean, I'm happy to look to see what we can do to provide some sort of a step in it, but I mean, a couple of inches was what was proposed. I mean, that doesn't seem unreasonable.
No, it doesn't. It's, hopefully a couple inches won't have too much impact to our floor plan back there. And I'll put that back to Brian and Brad's attention there.
Thank you. Moving on. So again, just comparing what we're continued for, where I got lost for a second. Setback, yeah, obvious improvements on the setback, and thank you for adding that additional, documentation of the setback of your neighbors. Massing, we've already talked about massing and how you've taken cues from some of the other quadruplexes. Spacing, thank you, and notice that you centered or closely centered the structure on the lot. That's great. Doors, windows, shutters, and rhythm. Lot of improvements there. I would like, can we go to the right elevation, please? I do have some concerns about the fenestrations and the windows on the right side. Is there anything, so knowing that obviously the front of the structure is much more visible from the street, is there anything that we can do to those front two windows on the right elevation to maybe make the fenestration a little more symmetrical, maybe have it mirror more what's on the left side? I mean, just some improvement to the fenestration underneath that gable.
Those are areas of kitchens and bathrooms, and I do believe those windows reflect those usage there, which are, we could relook at that again. I know there's I'm not calling them utilitarian spaces, but they're definitely lined up with the more private spaces of the building, where the ones in the other elevation are parts of bedrooms and living rooms. Brian, any comments?
No, I mean, I think that because we have 2 units on the ground floor, 1 unit on the upper floor, the layouts are not as stacked as they were previously. And I think Julian's points are accurate about the spaces inside. So the windows are really laying out with how the space lays out. And due to the small site, the small scale of the building, we don't have a lot of flex on the inside to meet building codes and all the criteria we need to meet on the interior spaces.
Again, the light and air required for bathrooms and kitchens. It is a challenge.
Okay. Again, I'm just one commissioner, so there may be it may not be a problem with other commissioners. That's refresh my memory. You're removing a tree from the front. Do you have a tree replacement plan?
So with regards to the tree, in our previous, I think if you go back to slide, I think if you just go up 1 page there. No, I'm sorry, there was one side by side. Sorry, I'm trying to find the presentation slide. Yep, there you go. So you can see in our previous iteration, the tree it is very close to the building. We did have an arborist go out and look at it, and unfortunately, he was not able to write us a letter recommending its removal. However, what he did feel, and we have researched on our side, is that just the demolition of the building alone is expected to significantly impact the root ball of that tree. It may not die tomorrow, but eventually that tree is going to likely fall. So we have looked down the street and have not seen too many of these interior trees such as this. We do have the large street tree, which is what contributes to that street canopy. I think Adrian is more than happy to plant a new tree. But with the removal not coming from the arborist, I don't know, like, if we're gonna wait for this thing to just keel over and die, or we, put it out of its, when we demo the building, just take it out at that point and plant a new one when we're, during construction, when we're completed, if it's even required.
Okay. Thank you. Last question. Can we go to one of the pictures, Christy, that has the left and right elevation again? On the roof, do you intend to have a ridge vent? And I just ask because typically what we ask is that your roof meet that ridge on the gable, 2 to 4 inches lower, just so that the ridge vent doesn't appear as a hump.
Okay. We can detail that.
And that's all the questions that I had. Thank you so much.
That's back to detailed drawings that we can pertinently put in our list.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, hello. Yes, some tremendous improvements here. I do have a couple questions. Did I read that the foundation is made out of concrete?
The new build?
Yes.
My drawings here. Should be poured. My information up here. Brian, do you have a quick access to that?
Yeah, no, it's yeah, it is called on the elevations as cast in place concrete.
Good, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I see it. I see that on one of the drawings now. And, we do have a guideline that the foundations are supposed to relate to other foundations in the context of the district. And wondering if you, well, first of all, someone more experienced in this area, do we see any concrete foundations? I am not aware of any. But if there are others in the district, then I presume that it's okay. Does anyone else have any feedback on concrete foundations, or should they make the foundation out of some other more suitable material?
Commissioner Barth, do you know?
Yeah, from my standpoint, as long as, I don't know how they do it with regard to constructability, but as long as viewed from the outside for this architectural style of houses, if we saw that brick going down to the finished grade level, that would be acceptable. But yes, I agree with Commissioner Goodwin that having exposed concrete foundation, likely we would not find acceptable here.
Yeah, I think our original intention was it was a detail element, but as you just alluded to, it's perfectly normal and practical to step the concrete foundation wall so that the brick appears to go all the way down to the grade. Yep.
Right. And it's just Julian speaking again. Yeah, I'm just doing a quick street view, and they all appear to be pretty much down to grade with where the wall material is. So that's something we will address.
Yeah, detail wise, that's a non-issue. We can do that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. The other question that I had is that on Colonial Revival homes, I'm used to seeing returns up at the gables. And again, someone more experienced in architecture might be able to help out with this. And I think on the original plan, you did have returns. But is it acceptable to have that angled return? That's almost like an exposed rafter type design there. I know it's not going to be exposed. But would you consider returns there if that is deemed appropriate for Colonial Revival homes?
I've seen both, frankly, high style and low style and mid style Colonial Revival, and also Colonial Revival got kind of very creative there at one point. I'm comfortable, frankly, as an architectural historian with this as a modern building. Again, I don't like to put too many cues on it that fool the eye. You should be able to drive by it and go, oh, that fits in. And it's new without slamming on your brakes and screaming. How did that get there? So that's something that we may go back to our group, but I'm comfortable with the building having no returns. Anybody else, Brian?
You're the expert. I'll follow.
Well, and honestly, it's just a matter of, again, I think even the round vent and the gable is kind of a nod in the historicist tradition, historic angle. I mean, of course, it's the commission's decision, but I see this as something that fits in simple and modern while also sitting quietly on the streetscape.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then also had one question on the windows. I know you're proposing fiberglass.
Yep.
Fiberglass windows, and I was looking through those, and I do know we do have a guideline that if you do use, if you propose to use a fiberglass window, then the window grills, they cannot be between the glass. And I believe that for the fiberglass windows, you can get the grills between the glass, or are these attached to the glass?
No, we don't do that.
We have not approved a fiberglass window ever.
Yeah.
We've approved wood or aluminum clad.
If I could step in, this is actually fiberglass clad, not full fiberglass. So this is basically use of fiberglass as if it was aluminum.
Yeah, we haven't approved that either. You would need to provide a physical window and sample. I'm not sure the exact line. The commission is open to alternate materials, but the level that you have to prove that it fits is pretty high. Sorry, Kim, back to you.
No, thank you.
Well, yeah, that does raise a good point. I'm aware that we have not approved fiberglass before, but the specifications do say that there could be exceptions to that. Not sure where we're going with that.
We would need some window cut sheets. My understanding is, there are full fiberglass windows that are extruded, and they're also fiberglass clad, which gives us a wooden interior, and how we're looking to here.
And I thought that Brad submitted the cut sheets for the windows and for the doors.
We have that in the supplement, yes?
Good.
Yeah, if I could, I'll just read this guideline, and this is on our window guidelines. It says replace a wood window with a wood window when possible, aluminum clad wood. That meet these guidelines may be considered on a case-by-case basis. Requests for vinyl windows, wood, resin, composite, or fiberglass windows must be reviewed by the full Historic District Commission. So evidently, we do not have a precedent for approving the fiberglass windows.
If I could just step in again, that I'm wondering if the technology is kind of run ahead of the language there, because that seems to refer to a full fiberglass or a full vinyl window. And this is not that. I understand aluminum used to be a big argument as well. I had to go through a period where I got used to those when they made them proper. And again, if we have the cut sheets for the fiberglass and they show they are clad in the appropriate proportion, would it still be an issue?
All right. Commissioner Goodwin? Okay. Commissioner Heaton?
With regard to the windows and whether our language is up to date, our language is absolutely up to date as far as what we intend to allow. And I would say that we would need to see a full-blown window sample in this room with everybody saying yes, that we're going to approve this, because we have not approved this type of window ever before. And
I understand it.
We can provide that.
Okay.
It's an educational process. We used to do that all the time in the office. Like, I need to see that first. I totally understand, because things can come out of the market and not be what you think they are.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Thank you, Julian. Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Barth.
This will likely come up in discrimination. Christy, can we go to the front elevation, please? I'm just curious if you all would be open to taking another look at some of the detailing around the front porch, roof, column and beam detail, overhang, and some of those other details on that roof. And I would reference looking towards the neighborhood and similar architectural styles. Just looking at this area in particular, I think we likely need to see more beam sticking down from the roof. I think the roof slope may be a little too shallow just for this architectural style. And we definitely need to see more details, perhaps a wall section showing these details.
Okay. Details of the front porch, and you'd like us to address scale, gable. What was your comment there again, please, sir?
Yeah, primarily it's the beam to column relationship, and as it relates to the eave lines. They're just, I think some of the blown up elevations you show like a 4-inch beam, which doesn't seem like a common construction practice in our districts. So I would again reference other buildings in the neighborhood that of similar architectural style and their relationship to column, beam, eave line for porches.
So you're looking for something a little more, I would say traditional is one word, but for looking at examples in the neighborhood.
Correct.
All right. Anything else you want to add, Commissioner Barth?
A few other things, like, again, I think these will come up in deliberation, but in your window details, I see you have dimensions called out for the sill and header brick coursing. We would like to indicate that those are soldier courses for the headers and Rolock for the sills. And that's it.
All right. Commissioner Barth, thank you. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, I had a comment also related to the porch, and that is that I see hardy wrapped columns. So if you could provide additional details on that, I'm not quite sure how that would be accomplished. Hardy being a relatively thin product in that width, also very brittle. So if we could see some more detail with that construction as well, that would be appreciated.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? All right, any other comments or questions that you all have? Adrian, Brian, Julian?
No,
Before we
thank you.
close?
Nope, no, thank you
Looking
for your
forward to an
time.
approval.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to close now for deliberation. All right, so a few things came up. Why don't we, to PJ's point, go through and talk about the things, the reasons why we continued this in the first place. And the first one was we wanted the applicants to use more skill reducing techniques. Speaking to the context and character of the district. Do you think that was achieved?
I think they did a great job. Does it need a little bit more is really the question.
Based on the conversation, the discussion that we had while we were open, it sounds like they do. I agree with you and Commissioner Barth on the fact that the side elevations look like walls. I do believe that the right side needs more fenestration. It's just what we've come to see in the district, and I understand that they're not, paying homage to what we can find in the district, but with a modern day twist. However, that is just something that is, that we've come to see on our homes. So I don't think we should veer off track there. I will say to their credit that one of the pictures they used, because we were saying it looks like single family, and I think we were alluding to the fact that it needs to look more like multifamily. 720 Grandin, those are apartments in there. It's on, let me see, the slide number, where is it? Slide number 13, 720 Grandin. That is multifamily. Now, the entrance is more grand than this. This is a more narrow building because, they're saying the lot that they've been, because of their lot. But 720 is multifamily.
So, in that same respect, does the left elevation, and every house is different. Does the left elevation and right elevation on 720 Grandin, is it smooth and appear like, one face of brick? Again, so when I look at the neighbor, beside him, that chimney, the chimney on each side, it breaks up those left and right elevations, right?
Sure, yeah.
Using 720 as an example, what is its left and right elevation? It doesn't appear like a wall. Again, if
it's interesting because, we always talk about taking a holistic look at properties. One's multifamily located on Walnut, not far from this particular property. If I'm recalling correctly, on the right and left side elevation, it's windows. And I don't think anything is breaking that up, but on the front elevation, it looks like 107 Grandin Road, so it's clearly multifamily. So the front is broken up, but the side elevations it's just a rhythm of windows. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I'm not an architect, but I did look to where they got their inspiration from at a variety of colonial revival houses, and I looked at all the ones I could find, looked back at theirs, back and forth and back and forth, and I think it would really be helpful with this particular project because it is a larger structure than most of the residential examples that I looked at, is a little bit more pedimentation would help this project a lot. I think since it is a box, most colonial revivals are, they do have to rely on those pedimentation details to provide the aesthetic to make them fit in. And your project, well, as everyone has said, has come a real long way, I think would benefit by nodding to some of that detailing.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Whitlock.
Commissioner Walker said it very well. Exactly my sentiment.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Barth. Thoughts? You have a look on your face.
Are we ready for a motion? Does anybody else have a strong opinion as to providing one? If not,
Okay, all right. Anyone else want to speak before Commissioner Barth, our resident architect here? Any other comments, Commissioner Hayden?
I thought the comments regarding the roof ridge and that were salient and were appropriate, that the rear dormer or the rear roof line needs to meet the front roof line below the ridge a few inches so that we wind up with a proper appearance there. And as far as the facade, the right and left facades, maybe taking a few inch step back from the front unit, that appeals to me as well. I'm not sure it's something that I would say we couldn't approve it the way it is, but I think that would certainly improve the appearance of those two facades. I understand the fenestration on the one side. I mean, buildings today with the codes and all that kind of stuff, putting the windows in and all that stuff, pure symmetry is just hard to make happen. And one side is going to wind up with some of those windows on it that we just can't. You have to respond to the use inside. So that's where I'm at. I mean,
Okay.
Those points.
Commissioner Goodwin. Anything else you want to add? Commissioner Bonaparte?
The only other thing I wanted to mention, I don't know where we settled with the tree. Would we not just ask that arborist to provide a letter stating what was shared and for them to plant a tree somewhere else? That's probably my only feedback on that.
Good point, Commissioner Bonaparte. We're not just going to let the tree go. Yeah. Okay. Now to you, Commissioner Barth.
So real quick, so Commissioner Barth, if you're gonna make a motion, the handful of things I had were the scale reducing techniques on the left and right elevation, foundation, making it brick all the way down to grade, fenestration, window sample for the Marvin windows, fenestration on the right elevation towards the front, porch, beam detail, too shallow, roof ridge, tree planting plan. The plan.
Let me jump in here. Christy?
I have a neighbor who's been trying to access the meeting and I think it's called in. Could we maybe open up to callers?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna open up the meeting to see if we have everyone who wants to be on the line.
Yeah, I have one unknown caller. If you could just identify yourself.
Commissioners, that's the last place I thought it was the chair.
I'm sorry, could you mute your computer? We're getting a lot of feedback.
Find an issue and write about it. You know, I'm just looking at space between these two homes. I think it's what we
I'd
want.
rather just close so that we don't lose rhythm. Okay,
So
lose momentum. All right, so we're going to reclose and kick it over to Commissioner Barth. Are you ready, Commissioner Barth?
Almost.
Okay. All right, so thank you for reading your list, Commissioner Henningsen. Now we're going to compare notes with our resident architect. We can use an architect right now, Commissioner Barth.
I may need a few of these referenced in the guidelines.
Sure.
I want to do a quick round summary too, if I can. Foundation, I would like to see more details, 6.12, number 2, cornice and trim, with regard to the.
Commissioner Barth, will you speak directly into your mic? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My first point would be foundation, asking that the applicant provide more detail as it references to 6.12, number 2, showing the brick going all the way to the grade, cornice and trim, asking for more elaborate detail with
Okay,
regard.
hold on for what?
So not coming through?
So the microphone is for online, but we also need to hear you in the room.
Oh, okay.
And so I think Candy's having a hard time hearing you because I am.
Sorry, everybody.
Thank you.
That's so clear. Thank you, Commissioner.
How about this? I'll go ahead and make a motion, and we can add guidelines as friendly amendments. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. Number 1, requesting that the applicant provide more detail in the form of wall sections at the foundation showing brick extending to the grade line, referencing section 6.12, number 2. Item 2 would.
Hold on. Why don't we give you the numbers as you go along, if that's okay, so we can let each point settle. Okay, Commissioner Goodwin?
I think there might be some confusion. We are applying the old standards for this, is my understanding. And that would be 6.9, number 2.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's going to be a problem. Okay. Correction for my first item. This would be section 6.9, number 2.
Okay.
Furthermore, item 2 would request more articulation with regard to cornice and trim at the eave lines.
All right, I'm going to give you that one. That is 6.11.
6.11.
Yeah.
Requesting, item number 3, requesting that the applicant provide further details with regard to door and windows, asking that the applicant indicate soldier course brick headers and row lock brick sills at windows.
6.12. Doors and windows.
That would be section 6.12. We additionally, in regard to windows, we would like to request that the applicant provide a physical sample for the window specification indicated in the application for approval. My next item is for the porches on the proposed, requesting that the applicant look inward to the community and architectural examples similar to this style of architecture, providing adequate column to beam to eave connections in the porch area.
6.14.
That would be section 6.14. With regard to massing, would request that the applicant provide adequate differentiation between the front and back of the structure, requesting that the applicant step back the exterior wall at least 6 inches along the left and right elevations.
6.5.
That would be 6.5. Additionally, request that the applicant provide symmetrical window rhythm and layout on the right front elevation. Is that correct?
Yes. And that's back to 6.12, 6.12.
That would be section 6.12. With regard to the site plan, requesting that the applicant show adequate HVAC locations and screening, as well as dumpster locations, should it be provided.
And that is 8.8.
That would be section 8.8. And lastly, would request that the applicant replace the tree being removed as proposed.
8.5.
8.5 in our guidelines.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Thank you, commissioners. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of this motion? Commissioner Walker? We have not addressed parking.
There's no, sorry, yeah, I don't see, there's no parking structure, and given that it's 3 units, there could be 6 cars.
There is parking in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been addressed on slide. It looks like number, 15.
21
And
and 15.
it also addresses dumpster enclosure on concrete pad on that one.
I think we probably need to see what that looks like. We need more detail
Yeah.
on that.
Okay. All right, any further discussion of this motion? Commissioner Hayden?
Yes, I'd like to add that the replacement tree be approved by the City of Charlotte large maturing shade tree list. And that'd be a minimum of 2.5-inch caliper breast height as a replacement tree.
All right, you good with that, Commissioner Barth?
Accepted.
All right, are you still good with that, Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion or friendly amendments? All right, let's take a moment to vote. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you so much.
Next application, I believe Commissioner Henningsen needs to recuse. Is that correct? Okay. And it is 313 to 315 West Kingston, and I'm looking for Eric. Eric, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Eric, welcome. Is Quantum with you?
He is here.
Oh.
I don't know if he's muted or not.
Okay, I hear him. Hi, have y'all been sworn in?
No.
Okay, we'll do that first. And Parker Melvin, if you're joining us, if you would be sworn in too, since you're up next.
All right. If you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. This application was continued from the March meeting for a couple of additional information on windows, doors, porches, and the driveway. But I think the driveway's been taken off. It's staff approvable, and the applicant has also removed the request for new doors. So we are just looking at details about the windows and the columns. So with that, Eric, I'm going to turn it right over to you. We also have something in the agenda supplement from the applicant. It is a revised front elevation. Let's see here. And that's the supplement, which is up. And then I am on slide 5, Eric.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. Both of you, and both of you spell your names. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Eric Bowman, ERICBOWMAN, and I'm at 9599 Millen Drive, MILLEN, and that is in Harrisburg, North Carolina, HARRISBURG, and zip code is 28075.
This is Gautam Mansinka. I'm the property owner. So it's spelled as GAU, T as in Thomas, AM, last name Mansinka, MANSINGHKA, and I am at 5610 Edenfield Lane, that's EDENFIELD Lane, Fort Mill, South Carolina, 29707.
Okay, thanks. I have you on slide 5, but let me know where you'd like to go next.
Okay. All right. We might as well just go down through the elevations, starting off with slide 6. All right. What we have here is it's broken out as the existing front elevation and what we're proposing for the elevation. What we have done here is we've gone through and tried to replicate the existing look of the house. We are doing that with the windows by they are going to be an aluminum clad window. All right. With those, we have muttons and grills, and then stiles that can actually be affixed to the exterior of the windows to give us certain elevations or certain appearances. We have to go this route because the way the manufacturer is with windows, and this is, for example, for the large picture window that is to the left of the front door. That window is actually going to be one solid piece going across. It will not need to be operable because it does not need to be egressed. But in doing that, then we will come back in and affix the grills on the sides to give it, basically make it look like it is now. It's the only way that we're able to achieve this. We're doing the same thing we did a revision with the smaller window to the right, and we have 5 of those smaller windows around. Those are all currently a single window that does open, but we are going to affix grills to them that actually will then make it mirror where it looks. You can see it in the top on the front elevation where you can see it looks like it's a twin casement, which it is. When we get done with it, the grills on the bottom, those windows will also look the same. They will look like it's a twin casement window. We just couldn't, the cost of the house and the windows, it just jumps exponentially when we try and go and get operable in there. So at least as far as 2 units. So that is what we're doing on the front elevation. It is the same that we are doing on the sides, the rear, and on all the sides. The other item you can see on the front is our front porch is the columns. We currently have metal columns that are on the corners. We have railings that are going up the steps of the front porch. They are approximately 6 inches off the steps. What we are proposing to do is take those railings out, then come back in, leaving the existing columns, and come back in with a new metal rail that will match the existing style that we have there, meet our current codes. We'll then have railing on the front porch. It'll come across, come over to the steps, and we'll actually have our railings going down the stairs. We are also proposing to do the exact same thing on the sides. And because we've got to get railing on those porches. Currently, they're at 34 inches to 36 inches in height above grade. So we definitely need to have them. And the way they have the railings right now, they have them actually set off the steps. So we're trying to bring the rail back into the steps where we don't have that opening that could create a hazard. And you can see more of these as we go down through the pictures. You can see the elevations. It's basically now down to we are just doing the windows. As far as the windows, we have gone and painstakingly gone through with multiple manufacturers, and we are going to use, it's a Geldwin metal clad window. Now, what we're doing is it's going to go in as a new construction window. It will have a nailing fin, but we also have a metal clad trim that then goes over that. Our total width on between the style of the window and the actual casing, we chose to use a brick mold casing. The total width of that is 4 3/8 of an inch. That brick mold casing is 2 inches wide, but an inch of it actually sits on top of the frame of the window. So it actually works perfectly in the brick openings that are existing. It goes in there and covers. It keeps our profile down to a minimum. We have gone out, we've been given an idea of, what we are trying to look at. And I went over and visited another property, and we looked at, they had done the same thing with the windows, and their window trim that they had going around and everything that they had, it was coming in between 4 to 4.5 inches, depending on where it was on the window. Ours is going to be the exact same. So everything that's on the outside is metal clad. There's nothing that needs painting, and that should take care of our windows. The ones that need to be operable in all the bedrooms will be, and then also we'll have ones in our kitchens and our bathrooms will also be operable. We only have 2 windows in the house that will not be, they're both large picture windows, but they have doors right there in the room, so they are not required. I mean, at this point, I think we've pretty much addressed all the issues with windows. We've tried to keep the profile of the windows down to a minimum. We're choosing to go with the brick mold trim because we had a choice of 3 trims. We had a flat, we had a brick mold, and then we also had another that I just call it, looks like a big piece of casing. The problem with the flat and the third option is those trims are just, they're too wide. One is at 3.5 inches, the other one's at 4 inches, and they will not work in our situation. We're trying to keep that profile down. So we've gone and we have checked with multiple window manufacturers, and it's the same with all of them. They're only carrying a few styles, and so we've tried to keep it down as to a minimum on what we're seeing for our side reveals and top reveals on these windows. Interior will be wood, and we can paint and trim those out accordingly. So that's pretty much what we have for the window replacement. We've worked hard on it, done a lot of digging around, and this is what we've come up with.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Eric. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
We have 2 unknown callers. I don't know if they are for this application or not.
Okay.
Hello, if you have joined us by telephone and called in, we are talking about 313 to 315 West Kingston Avenue. Can you just say yes or no if you'd like to speak on this project?
Crazy. Yeah. Housing market buys down. You don't want to feel like you're buying the absolute.
So Candace, please close that one. And hello, caller number 6. Okay. What's the other caller we have, Cindy? They fell off. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Christy. All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? I'll kick it off with some questions. Did you want to start, Phil?
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Eric, for preserving a lot of the historic details on this house, from the preserving the iron railing or replacing it with what was there before, similar to what was there before, but meeting code requirements. And for also using the metal clad windows to mimic the look of the original look. So thank you for those improvements. I think those are wonderful improvements. I had a quick question on the iron railing. From the drawing, it looks like the railing pickets are fairly thick. And I believe that the original railing was probably 1/2-inch square pickets. Is that what you intend
Yeah,
to
it'll be
use?
1/2 inch square. That's just how, when the architect was drawing it up, it came out looking bigger. It looks like they're wood spindles. No, they are not. They're 1/2 inch balusters that are going to be used.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And also in the original rails, there are some scrolls there that mimic, that are just like the scrolls in the metal columns that you are saving. Would you consider adding some of the scrolls to?
Yeah, they're
those
actually,
rails?
they're fairly easy to do. We were looking at trying to do it. We weren't quite certain how to tell the architect how to draw that in there so it would show up, but we were looking at trying to do that. The railing that's up on the porch, it's about 50 inches wide, and we could drop one in the center there, and then and I would almost do the same on the railings coming down the stairs, because it would help it tie in with what we have for the scroll work inside the column. But that's what, when I've had my iron railing fabricator over there, and that's what he's gone through and we talked about, and that's what he was planning on doing with it.
Oh, that sounds great. And appreciate all your efforts with the windows too. I know you've been talking a lot about the brick mold, and I'm glad that you're proposing a clad material. To introduce a wood material as you were last time would, be inconsistent with the metal clad windows that you're using. I would add, though, that I have some experience in installing metal clad windows like that and going all the way to the brick. And there are some devices called jam clips that can hold the windows in place. But unless some of those more versed in architecture have a problem with the additional 2 inches, certainly the look that you have right now is a very sleek look with the steel windows, and you are adding more material around the perimeter. But I'm good with that if other board members are good with that.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Goodwin. And thank you, Eric. I just have a couple of questions, simple questions.
Sure.
We continued this saying that we wanted to keep the pane layout of the windows the same as the original, and in your proposed front elevation, you have the 3 instead of the 4. Will you speak to that, please?
We are actually trying to mimic exactly what's there. When we go back in, we're having to apply the grills on the exterior of the glass after we have the windows installed. At that point in time, it's very simple for us. We can get it where it shows 3 or whether it shows 4. It's on how we order the grills for them. And our whole intent is to try and make it look exactly like it was. So that it's just, we get down to the end and we're rushing to try and get in. And the architect said, okay, I've drawn 3, I'll just drop in a center bar. When in actuality, there were 4 in certain areas. So it will be the exact same look when all is said and done. They will look exactly identical as far as their spacing and the amount of panes that are in there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. And then the last question I have is about the replacement doors. I see we're keeping all of the doors the same except the rear elevation. Will you speak to that, please?
Oh, I didn't see on the rear elevation. What's changed with that?
Keeping the rear elevation door what it is. We are not changing that.
I'm sorry.
We are not going to replace the rear elevation door.
You are going to replace the rear elevation door.
We are
So
not.
No,
We are not going
You
to.
are not.
no, we're not.
Okay.
Yeah, we're leaving it as is.
Okay, right, perfect. Those are the only questions I have. Any other questions? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, you mentioned sort of retrofitting the windows to some, it looks like JELD-WEN stock windows so that they appear like the windows you're replacing. How do you plan to go about doing that? Because I've just never seen it before.
Well, what we're doing is we have the sizes of our openings there. We have the sizes that JELD-WEN will actually provide for us. We're actually extremely fortunate in that all of them, like for example, our brick of the smaller windows are a 38-inch wide opening, and the window itself will be a 36-inch window. But by the time you put on your brick molds going around the outside, you add on an inch of each side, so you end up with 38, and it goes right in that hole. I mean, I don't know how we got quite so lucky with that, but that's just how it's working out. And and we have the same for our 48-inch wide openings that are in there. And then we have one that's just for our 2 big picture windows. Those are each being made to the size that we need, so that when all is said and done, there'll be a custom sized window, and they'll be made 2 inches smaller than the opening, which is 7'7", I believe. So we'll have a 7-foot wide picture window, and then we'll run our brick mold around it. And that's how we're doing that.
So I may have misunderstood your intent. So Christy, if you could go to the front elevation, please. So the triple gang window, as we see on the existing house, those are 3 separate windows with 4 lights on the 2 flanking windows. And what you're proposing to do is go to 1 window with a retrofit piece of trim or something that mimics a mole cap, and then 3 horizontal muntins to show your light pattern on the sides. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly? Okay.
Yeah.
How do you intend to do that? Like, is this a trim piece that JELD-WEN provides?
It's a trim piece that JELD-WEN provides us.
Okay, I've never seen that before.
Are those not just the muntin bars that are attached to the outside of the glass?
Correct.
You can get in any arrangement.
Yes.
As you specify.
Yes. And then the vertical ones,
No
you're
mulligans.
providing wider to mimic the mole gaps.
Yeah, the styles that are going vertically, they need to be wider. And so that's one of the things that we will request from them in our order.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Bonaparte?
it may just be me, but I'm struggling with the number of, I guess, panes or faux panes or whatever that's supposed to be there. Between the two drawings from existing to proposed. And I think I heard that there was a mistake made, but I just want to make sure when it's time for us to make a motion or whatever we do, that we specify or clarify what it's supposed to be. And then for the side, I guess the front side door, there are two different doors from existing to what's being proposed. So are the doors changing or are they not?
They are not.
So the
Doors the doors that are there are remaining.
So not to put words in Commissioner Bonaparte's mouth, on the existing front elevation, there are 3 panes, the side door, 3 panes, and then no panes on the proposed front elevation. Which one is it?
The one that's there now, it shows on the
The one that
existing
is
elevation, that
there
door
now
that's over
has the
there.
3 panes.
Let's speak one at a time because we have a court reporter typing and we need to be able to understand what everyone's saying. So
So
please.
the one that is there now has the 3 panes, and that's what we are not changing it. It's going to be 3 panes. The reason it's blank is we don't want to, I mean, the architect didn't want to show any changes, so he just left them blank.
Okay, thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Bonaparte, because I missed that. So 3 panes on the side door. And could we look at the other doors, Christy? Will you pull those up, please? And so the other doors are just like the front elevation center door. Yes.
It appears to be a drawing error, that it just wasn't taken through.
So what are the doors?
This. So the doors were all included in a previous application. Hold on, we have them. So this is the front door on slide 33, and then the side door, the front door that we just talked about. And then the back door and the side door match. So the side door here that I'm pointing to is what should be reflected
on the front elevation.
On this is a side door.
Side.
The right side elevation.
The right side elevation, I believe. So on slide 7, that door should be here.
Okay.
Here.
All right. So in our motion, we'll just say that all remaining doors need to remain. All current doors need to remain. Okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying that for us. Commissioner Whitlock.
Going back to the technique you're planning to use with the stick-on muttons and mullions, are those going to be pre-cut?
Yes, they're going to come from the factory.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Commissioner Goodwin.
They are being installed by the manufacturer. Is that correct?
That's what we're asking them to do once we order.
Yeah, that would be.
They will put them on. So when they show up out there, we'll have them on the windows. When the windows actually show up to the job site, they'll already be installed. We're not doing them in the field.
Yeah, you would get a much better result than trying to do that in the field. Thank you.
Oh, I know. Trust me, I don't want to do it in the field.
So this has been, I think we've used it one other time. I can't recall when, but it was because it had a very specific grid pattern that just couldn't be matched or was like astronomical to match. And this is, as long as they, I think it's a unique creative solution to match the original windows when the original windows can't be repaired and you can't find them.
I'd like to add to that. Any SDL window that has grills, they are the stick-on grills. They stick the grills on to the outside of the glass and the inside of the glass as well. And once they stick on, they do not come off.
Okay.
So they're commonplace. And in most new construction, that's what we typically have with the advantages of the SDL windows.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification, Commissioner Goodwin. All right. Commissioner Goodwin, why don't you float a motion and see what happens?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. That the applicant provide permit-ready drawings to staff for final review with the following conditions, and that is to provide the steel railing details to show half-inch square balusters and scrolls to mimic the original design and also to make them code compliant as well. That's 4.8, number 2. And then also provide updated window details and dimensions, getting very close on those to mimic the original grill pattern. And that would be guideline 4.14, numbers 13, 14, and 17.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin.
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin makes the motion. Commissioner Hayden seconds it. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's get ready to vote. Just a moment, please. All right, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 7-0. All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next application is 427 East Boulevard. Richard, are you still with us or have you rejoined us?
This one, can we do it after this?
We'll try.
Okay.
We could, do we need a break now? Do we need a 5-minute break? Okay. Is that okay?
I'd rather have a 10 later. What about you, Hayden?
Well, 10 or 2 hours later is not gonna
Can we take a 10 now?
Let's take a 10-minute break. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Richard, we'll start back with y'all.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back. We're on agenda item number 7. Richard, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. I'm going to give a little introduction and then I'll turn it over to you. Let's see here. Oh, I got to pull it up. Okay, this next application is 427 East Boulevard. It is a commercial project that appears residential to match the East Boulevard streetscape. And this is for the commissioners, this is our old guidelines. They applied right at the beginning of December.
Thank you.
So staff has some questions on page 2 of the memo. But otherwise, I am on page 5, starting with some streetscape views. Richard, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter and spell your last name. And then is Parker with you? Or
Yes,
is
I'm
it-
here.
Oh, hi, Parker. Parker, have you been sworn in?
I don't know if I have. Let's do it.
Let's do it, Parker. All right, if you'll raise your right hands and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then after Richard, Parker, if you'll say your name and address and spell your last name, please. And then, again, I'm on slide 5 and the floor is yours.
Okay. Yes, my name is Richard Cuevas, last name Cuebas, and address is 118 East Kingston Avenue.
And my name is Parker Melvin. My address is 429 East Boulevard. And my last name is spelled Melvin.
And Parker, if you want to jump in.
Sure. So good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I just wanted to make a brief introduction of our project. Again, my name is Parker Melvin. My partner couldn't join us today. He's on spring break, but there are essentially 2 of us who are behind this project. You may be familiar with it. It was a pretty recognizable property when T. Reed occupied this building that I'm sitting in today. We still refer to it, for people who don't know, as the Purple House on East. So we've painted it, but that's what people remember. When we purchased this property, our intent was to rehabilitate this and to do so with care. We've since moved in and now we've shifted to focusing on 427. And really our primary goal is to make this very similar to what we have today here, which is a great place for small businesses to operate within a historic home that has a modern touch to it. And so we really care about integrating into the neighborhood. I have a personal connection in the sense that I lived a block away for almost a decade. And so a lot of my neighbors have certainly checked in with me and they want to make sure we do a good job. So we care about that. So we've trusted this project to Richard's care and we think he's done a great job. And we look forward to working with you guys to make a project that everybody can be happy about. So with that, I'll let you take it over, Richard.
All right. Thank you so much, Parker. And so, yep, I wanted to make some brief comments and description about the project. As Parker said, it's a commercial building within a historic and mostly residential neighborhood. Our goal is to give the building the appearance of a residential building that blends into the neighborhood, but complying and trying to accommodate office uses inside. So we're trying to do the best, the best of this balancing act. We decided to go ahead with a Victorian-inspired language with more contemporary touches. incorporating this mixture of textures that is more very Victorian inspiration, and in terms of the walls and the volumes, some complex volumes and massing, which we think is still compatible with the historic properties within East Boulevard too. And then we are also respecting particularly our next door neighbor for 29 East in terms of height and the front porch, and so the rhythm continues from the corner lot, and so yeah, the incorporation of the porch is very important for the Victorian language too, and the front door and the windows are going to be detailed. This is like an advanced design development phase, preliminary design phase, and we want to keep working with Parker and the commission to develop a little more detail into windows, doors, trim, material selection, and so forth to keep the sympathy with the Victorian language, but complying with current codes, energy, etc. Some items that I know are of need some attention based on feedback from staff. It's and we can talk a little bit about, for example, siding. We started proposing the cementitious panel for wall siding, but again, it's readily available in terms of this mixture of textures and the diamond shapes, the clapboard, the alternating rows and random like shape types are already available. But again, we are open to going back to wood for the sake of the existing rules also for the within the HDC. So we are open to moving that to wood. And some of the windows, for example, the side elevations, windows look maybe a little like fat, I would say. And this is responding in our initial design objective was to respond to the maximum glazing allowed inside windows. So we're complying with that, but then the heights from elevation from for the sill responds to furniture, simply desk heights and so forth. But again, we're open to refining a little more of the proportion of window openings. We cannot add more because we're right at the limit that code allows us for glazing, but we can reconfigure the existing proportions. And so we did our best to comply within Chapter 6. So, and I'm open to questions.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
So I don't know if she's on the line. Oh, it looks like Leslie is here. So, yes. Leslie, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. Leslie, if you would state your name and your address and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Leslie Dutton. It's Leslie Dutton, Dutton. My address is 1716 Lyndhurst Avenue.
Thanks, Leslie. Leslie, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, we need to do that first.
All right, Leslie, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Leslie, feel free to share your comments.
I am directly adjacent to the project, and I wanted to just be on the call today to just listen in and hear. Parker and I have met several times and talked about the project, so I'm pretty familiar with their plan. And for us, we do have a driveway and access to the back of our home from the adjacent property, from the alleyway that we share. So my biggest hope is just to keep that access very clear and open. And Parker seems to understand that need. So we're just wanting to make sure that that access stays where it is, that we can easily access the back of our house, and at the same time keep our property gated in so that we have an area for pets and kids to stay safe. And then also just make sure that the parking situation works well for all of the neighbors here on Lyndhurst. With the narrow road, we just want to make sure they have enough parking, which it sounds like he's worked on as well. So those are my big reasons to be in the call, and just to be here to hear the plans and what the commission has to say about the plan.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Leslie.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners.
We also have the same caller with the feedback problem.
Okay.
Would you like to
We
open
can
it?
try it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caller number 6. Are you calling in to talk about 427 East Boulevard? Hearing nothing, we will pass it back to you, Kim.
Okay, thanks, Christy. All right, commissioners. Questions for Melvin and Richard? Parker and Richard, thank you. Why don't we start, let's start with you, Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes, thank you. If you could elaborate a little bit on what you addressed about the windows just now.
Yes. So the amount of glazing on the two sides right now is the maximum allowed by the building code. So if we cannot like add more, we wish we could add more daylight into the interior, but we are right at the limit. The issue right now that we're open to working with staff and with the client and with the commission is to rework on generally the shape, the proportions. Right now we can the proportion, the sill height, window sill heights are responding to the commercial nature, the office nature of the project. So they're a little higher than for a residential project. But again, we're jumping ahead in case this is an issue. We are open to redefining the proportion of the windows.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Whitlock?
Not right now.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
My compass could be backwards, but is the north and south elevation reversed from, like, should south be north and north be south? The front of the house, I think, faces south, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, thank you. Just helps me to
Yeah, sorry about that.
balance my compass again.
I'll fix that.
But east and west are good.
All right, any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Barth.
Christy, can we go to the detail sheets, please? specifically the eve details. If you could zoom in there. Richard, just can you elaborate a little more on the construction and detailing of the eaves? They appear to be open soffits, and then it looks like, yeah, go to the one on the top too. You appear to have like an applied trim on the outside of the gutter. Can you speak more to that, please?
Yeah, no, that detail needs, I apologize for this. Yeah, that trim is not applicable. It will be the gutter and.
Okay, so that looks like crown molding applied to the outside of the gutter. That wouldn't be there.
No.
Okay, I was just curious if you were going for some sort of hidden gutter detail. If that's not there, that kind of nullifies my question. And then it appears we have like a 2x fascia board with an additional 3/4 inch decorative fascia, if you will, beyond that. And then the soffits are open to the decking. Is that correct?
Right now, that's our existing approach, correct?
Okay. And so that decking material exposed underneath, I would imagine you have exposed rafters coming through. What would that decking material be?
That would be wood, painted wood, and it's our initial thought line would be to add, the Victorian has a lot of like rhythm, a lot of like mixture of texture. So adding a little bit of texture to the underneath, but that's our initial approach for this.
Like a beadboard or a V-groove panel underneath that soffit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, let's see. Can we go to one of the side elevations, please? Or I think it may show up on the front too, but let's go to the other side. Oh, somehow I missed that. So I apologize, it's the front. We're just gonna take a tour around. So you have in that upper gable, you have a few sort of like an alternating rhythm of siding going from individual shingles to horizontal lap to individual shingles again, a band board. Did you draw inspiration from that somewhere in the district, from another Victorian house, or where did that come from? If you can expand upon it.
Yeah, from Victorian houses, and I can make reference. It's from Charlotte specifically, and about the mixture of textures. Yeah, so that's our inspiration to Victorian, and I don't have the specific name, and I can try to get it within the next 2 minutes. Of one specific home that we were inspired by.
Sure, and the reason I ask is, at least to me, and we can see if some other commissioners have an opinion towards this, but there just seems to be a lot going on there. I know this architectural style has a lot of ornamentation and different patterns of shakes and shingles and that sort of thing. I feel a little more comfortable with it being separated with like a piece of band board, excuse me, like you're showing between the windows or in different gables, that sort of thing. So that's something that we may look at. And then the material for those, like the diamond shingles and the individual shingles, are you proposing that those be cementitious panels?
Our initial proposal was to use cementitious. We are open to using wood.
Real wood, okay. Yeah, with regard to that, I would say typically we like to do individual wood panels for when it comes to the type of material, the shingles.
Yep, and your suggestion about the simplify a little bit or consolidating the textures up front is very welcome for us. We use the McNinch McNinch house, which is a restaurant here in Charlotte as inspiration, but again, we need to take into account the surrounding
Yes.
massing scale. So we definitely can adapt and consolidate a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, I will say it's a very handsome street elevation. It's very well composed. Speaking to your octagonal bay window here, Chrissy, can you go to the plan? I don't know that we can really get into this, but I wanted to see what your take was. So if you zoom in where that bay window opens up onto the porch, it seems like there's some very narrow space there. I really, I appreciate your handling of that elevation and how we have the porch appearing to continue around that. Those spaces do seem a little tight for a potential user to occupy. Would you be open to either pulling that back a little bit or even looking at the porch as being sort of like a turreted porch so that that section of the porch is more occupiable?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Looking at it now, it seems, and again, it was most like presence from the street that we wanted to reflect. We didn't want to encumber too much into the front easement or setbacks. So that's why we were a little shy on that side, but we can rework that side of the porch.
Okay, cool. And just one more question. If we could go to one of the side elevations. Really liking your window proportions on the front. I think we may want to see your double ganged windows with more of a mole gap between them to reflect a true historical operated window with weights. So we probably would want to see at least 6 inches between those. You already mentioned maybe playing with the window proportions a little bit. On the side elevations, however, your window proportions seem to change. I'm not sure it's that big of a deal for me personally, but is that a program, is that due to a program requirement that you change the scale and proportion of the windows, or is a cost saving effort?
No, it's a combination of program. We need to. I wish it asks us as if these windows wanted to go like a little lower and longer towards the floor. Right now we have office furniture like desks against those windows. We didn't want to go below them, but we can certainly make them a little narrower to keep we cannot exceed the square footage of glass. That's our limitation also. So that size is limited by the building code and also by the interior programming.
Are you speaking to the adjacent properties and the fire separation and what's it called? Openness?
Correct.
Yeah. Fire code. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I think so on these elevations, on these side elevations, it's, the front certainly has a rhythm that is similar to the architectural style that we see. But when you turn the corner, it seems to become a little bit more repetitive and not as in keeping with the architectural style. But I totally get what you mean with keeping with the code. If we can achieve that same feel around the side, I think I'd prefer it a little more. That's all.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I just have a question on page 4 where it shows the Euclid Avenue street elevation.
Looking at,
HTC 4.
oh, okay. So
Eight.
slide 8.
Yeah, there you go. It could just be a drawing error, but is the foundation of your house that much lower than your neighbor's?
We got it a little lower, well, we got it lower than our neighbors. And the reason for that, but than our neighbor to the right side, not, and it's transitioning from 429 and down to the office condos on to the left. And part of the reasoning for that is to try to gain a little height, interior height for the building, for the office uses, and Victorian homes also have like high ceilings, but we didn't want to go above the total height of 429. We still wanted to respect that. And so we thought, okay, let's use a little, let's transition. So that would be, we're talking about when you remove the existing asphalt in that lot that is currently there, it's basically that when you remove that, the asphalt, the remaining elevation, that will be our starting point. Basically, that's my way of describing it. We will not come back and fill it up to with fill up to what was the asphalt.
So it would be good for us to know the difference between the two.
Between the existing and the proposed?
Yeah, between your house's foundation and your neighbor's. Just to make sure that there's not really much of a difference for the streetscape.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, and getting back to the siding, it appears that the reveal is 4 inches on the lap siding. That seems small to me, and we just ask that you consider the historic precedent and what other homes in that area have. I'm used to seeing more of a 6 or 7 inch reveal on the siding. And also as Commissioner Barth pointed out earlier, you've got several different patterns on the front elevation and the side elevation too. It seems a little bit busy to me, and perhaps again, just look at the context of other similar homes in the area as inspiration for how many different types of siding that you have. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the comment. We'll definitely take a closer look at the surrounding neighbors, to specifically the very thin siding came from the Victorian, on itself, but not. So we can still perfectly adjust to the neighborhood with 6 inch siding and still keep the mixture of materials, mixture of textures that we want to stay.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close? All right. Commissioner Whitlock.
Can you tell me what type of porch construction you have for the floor system? It almost looks like it's a slab, and I just wanted to.
No, we're proposing foundations will be in brick, so we're proposing extending a deck to the front porch. No, it's not. Maybe with the design software we simplified it and to make it look like a slab, but not. It's gonna right now. It's gonna be wood decking.
Okay, and I guess it would be good to see the frieze board detail that you plan to use there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. All right, why don't we close for deliberation? Who wants to kick us off in conversation? Actually, I'm gonna start because I have a question. Before, when we were looking at rhythm and context and how a property fits in with its surrounding properties, we talked about a rhythm of roof lines and eaves and all of that. To your point, Jill, you mentioned foundations, how this particular property, the foundation looks much smaller than its neighboring one. As you look on slide 8, even if we're looking, past this multifamily to the left and we keep going to 409, the way 427 sits just seems to be out of rhythm with the others. Yes, no, so I think that, yeah, that's something that we need to bring up. We've also talked about materials and the like. Why don't we just go down our list for new construction, okay? So let's start with, and we are working from the old standards on this one. Let's start with, well, context. This, to me, seems to be a property, a building, a structure that fits well within the Dilworth Historic District. So I would say, as far as the look of it, the context is, it's within context of its surrounding buildings. Yes, no, thoughts? Yes, okay. So then kudos to that. It's speaking the same language. Why don't we move on to, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the new ones.
But
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, context is first, yeah. PJ?
with the exception of foundation.
Yeah.
Because I think the difference in height in the foundation is having a residual effect where, maybe the finished floor heights don't necessarily align with the neighbors. The windows aren't going to kind of align with the neighbors. Therefore, it's not going to have that rhythm when you look across the block.
Agreed.
But is it that they're using their next door neighbors to the left?
I
What
think it-
appears,
I think it should be the whole street is what we've been saying, because, I mean, we have to see more than just that one property, right? In order to establish a rhythm. So it's that one, but then the others too.
And this is a perfect slide to kind of illustrate that. So when I look at the house, look to the neighbor on the right, right? Look at, on the Zetwell survey, the porch height between the two, right? It's like that house, while it may be the same height, it's like it's sunken down. I'm making a number up, 2 to 4 feet. Than its neighbors. Is that because of the foundation? Because it's set a little lower? Is that because of the floor height on the first floor? I don't know. The above, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, okay, setback. Let's start with setback now that we're working from the correct guidelines, standards. Setback is there anything that speaks to this setback here? Do we know what that is? Oh, setback, 20 feet. No, 49, I wrote it down, 49.91, almost 50 feet to front property line, from front property line to the,
I think I'm gonna correct you if I can. It looks like it's 49 feet, 6 inches to the front thermal wall. at
and
the front
41,
door.
11
Yeah.
inches to the front porch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if they're measuring kind of to the front door and it doesn't include the little bay window. And this is slide 8, 23 feet 11. They're just showing their landscape buffer. It really has nothing to do with us. Yeah. These are the two.
So 41 feet, 11 inches to the front porch.
Yes,
Yes.
on slide 8.
Do we know what the? Yeah.
Well, but it's over, you kind of, but what they're not showing doesn't go to the front porch, it was with the second step.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no back property.
Christy, we're having a hard time hearing the room.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's me. So it's showing to the second step of the, it's not showing, this 23 isn't to the front porch.
Yeah, and that's the buffer. Right now, I think we need to be looking at from the back of curb to the front porch and seeing how that relates to the other properties around it. And I don't recall seeing, okay, I just got there. Thank you, Scott. Let's see here. It would be good to know those numbers. I mean, we can eyeball it, but I see it. Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. Okay. It seems to, I mean, let's see here, the one that is closest is 321 East Boulevard. And 500 East Boulevard. The other ones seem to be much further or significantly further back, 53, almost 54 feet, 46 feet, 48 feet. So we just want to make sure that the setbacks are in keeping with the surrounding properties. All right. Yeah. So we'll
would gain the advantage of
the curve. Yeah, so this one seems to be closer, so we'll want to speak to that. Spacing. Thoughts on the spacing? Again, we're eyeballing it. So it would be nice to have numbers so that we can, we can be more exact.
I mean, but using I mean, do we need to be more exact? And I say that because it appears to be centered on the lot. So spacing in between the buildings, the building to the left of that, there's a big, open area, right? So spacing between the new building, the neighbor on the left, the neighbor on the right isn't normal. It was just a row of houses.
Sure.
I think it's on slide 8 right here. There's a little bump out. 5 feet, 10 inches between the furthest bump out from the corner house to the ramp on the new house, and then 7 feet from property line to the thermal wall.
Yeah, so I guess to your point, PJ, it's centered on its own lot. So we are good with that. All right, orientation. All right, good. All right, height and width.
And this is.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so right now our challenge is setback, spacing we're good with, orientation we're good with. Now we are on height and width. And Commissioner Barth, you were about to say something.
I think the proportion relative to its height and width with the rhythm across the street feels appropriate for the streetscape
I agree.
opinion.
And then that kind of goes along with scale. It feels to be, the scale seems correct. Directional expression. Good. Yep. All right. So then now here we are. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Henningsen, we're at foundation. So we need a study on that. Yes.
Yes.
We need to see more on that. Shall we get into the details? Do you all think that we should go into the details? Because,
Foundation?
no, not the foundation,
Oh,
but
the
like
detail.
massing materials and all of that. I have a feeling that addressing the setback, addressing the foundation will affect some things. And so, well, why don't we just keep going? Massing. Commissioner Barth?
Looks good.
Well, you talked about the proportions. Anyone disagree, have a differing opinion? Okay. Materials, here we are. Hardy siding, hardy cedar shakes. That's something that we've approved, but Richard says that they're willing to do wood. So that would be what we would want, yes. Do we have other issues with materials? Let's go back.
You've never approved, did you say for both sidings,
Siding, I said siding.
just in general?
Yeah, the siding, the hardy siding. Let me go back. Yeah, hardy shingles and hardy siding, we've not approved. And painted brick is not something that we do. So is there anything that we're missing?
I know Commissioner Goodwin commented on the lap of the siding.
Mhm.
That's something that needs to be
Yeah,
considered.
so the reveal needs to be addressed. And Richard said that he would be willing to do that. Move it to like a 6 to 7 inch historic lap siding reveal. All right.
So hold on, so 6 or 7 inch reveal is fairly typical for Victorian houses?
I believe so.
Okay.
But I just want to be advisable to look at the context.
Okay.
Sure of that.
I just know that there's a lot of Victorian homes out there that they got a smaller reveal. So I don't, do we need to be prescriptive or?
No, I think that we should not be prescriptive, but we should ask for more information so that we're saying yes, we're giving an informed yes approval, right? Okay, roof forms and materials. Commissioner Walker?
From my perspective, they look okay.
You agree with that, Commissioner Hayden?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we will keep moving. Doors and windows, Commissioner Barth, you spoke to that a bit. You gave some good feedback on the front elevation and advised that the side elevations need to be reviewed. Do you want to repeat what you said?
Yeah, with regard to double or ganged windows, rather, ganged double hung windows, we'd request more of a mole gap between the windows of at least 6 inches, which some of them seemed close. And then along the sides and rear, would request, while in keeping with the fire code for area of openness, would also request that the applicant look at differing proportions of windows in keeping with architectural style.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm a little confused. So are the windows on the right elevation as an example? They're shorter than we would typically see, they're shorter, right? Than we typically see in a Victorian house. So is there a commercial code that says those windows need to be a certain dimension or?
Yeah, because of the proximity to the other building, I think what the applicant was referring to is because of the proximity, you can only have so many windows, a certain amount of fenestration or percentage of fenestration for fire code. So I think that the size and proportion of the windows that they're indicating was a response to that. What I'm asking, or what my suggestion was, to look at potentially while keeping that same ratio, going to more of a taller proportioned window and keeping with the architectural style.
That makes sense, because I also believe the applicant said that about the commercial building code as well as programmatic purposes, which I read as a purpose from the inside. So
Sure. It sounded like they were open to it. I'd just like to see what they come back with. Yeah.
All right.
If there's an argument to keeping it that way, then I'm happy to
I
do
just
that.
want that argument to be rooted in a building code versus a use on the inside.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, cornices and trim. So we've talked about the materials that they're proposing for the trim. What about, let's see. Commissioner Henningsen, what do you say about that one, sir?
I think the trim, especially the corner trim, I think all of the trim boards need to be more proportional. All of the trim needs to be larger. It needs to have a larger proportion, whether it's the window trim, corner board.
Just a moment, just, you guys, let's have one conversation because thank you. All right, PJ.
So, general comment, the window trim, as well as trim added between gang windows, corner boards, all of that trim needs to have a larger proportion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I hope someone is making notes because we're going to have to make a motion and I'm making notes, but I'm also just trying to lead this. So I'm looking to you. All right. Okay. Porches. We had a little conversation about porches. I'm going to ask you, Commissioner Barth, to restate what you brought up. I'm going to split you two up. Will you restate your point about the porch, please?
My one comment about the porch was that the left side is viewed from the front elevation. Asking that the applicant potentially view that as being occupiable. Going back to, not to reverse on everybody, but going back to cornice and trim, I think we need more detail and accurate drawings depicting some of the intentions that the applicant expressed, like, not having the molding applied to the gutters, having a finished material on the underside of the soffits and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And other than that, that was my only comment that I can recall on porches.
Will you restate that because I didn't understand what you just said? Sorry. About the porch.
About the porch. The left-hand side of the front porch appears to be unoccupiable due to limited space.
Sure. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. And why don't we leave landscaping and rhythm for when they come back? Because I think that those things might be affected by these other things. So who is making the motion?
I believe that would be me.
Okay. Are you ready, Commissioner Whitlock? You have the whole team behind you.
Yes, I like to make a motion that we continue this
And if you
application.
will, speak up a little and into the mic. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Make a motion that we continue this application. And let's see.
Do you want to?
Would, yeah, a setback, we would ask that it be in keeping with surrounding properties. So that needs to be studied.
And that's according to our standard 6.2, number 1. And
Foundation, we're,
do you mind if we go in order?
no.
Okay.
So that would be, so we did,
Setback.
setback,
We were good with spacing.
spacing,
We were good with orientation. We were good with massing and complexity of form.
yeah,
Okay. Height and width, we were good with.
good with
Mhm.
scale. good with
Scale.
Directional expression. And now foundations.
Mhm.
I think we need to know more about the height and how it relates to the adjacent properties and
That's 6.9.
6.9.
Number 1 and number 2.
And then roof forms and materials, I think we were
We were
with
good.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Cornices and trim. So talking about the exterior trim components, I think that overall, we felt like those should be larger. And so that would need to be studied. And again, keeping with the adjacent properties. And doors and windows.
I'm sorry, before we move off of cornices and trim, which is 6.11, Commissioner Barth, if you can kick in, you made some more points about that outside of
With regard to materiality
materials and
and detailing.
yeah.
Yeah, Scott, I would just add in your motion that we'd like to see more accurate drawings depicting or omitting rather trim applied to the gutters. We'd like to see finished material in the soffits. And I think that was it.
Okay.
You need me to repeat that?
No, are you willing to
I'm good
accept
with-
that into your?
Yes,
motion?
I accept that.
Okay.
Okay, doors and windows. One comment would be to provide wider mullions of at least 6 inches on the ganged windows and to consider the proportion of windows on side elevations.
And that's 6.12.
And then we had porches. I think, again, some more consideration for the porch as it relates to the left-hand side where the bay protrudes as it appears unoccupiable.
6.14.
And
And I think that would be number 2, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, potentially. Would you say so, Chris? Number 4? Yeah. All right. So 1, 2, 3, and 4.
and that concludes my motion.
Materials.
Oh, materials.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, on materials, consider wood siding and materials in lieu of cementitious.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And if you don't mind saying, we did not review landscaping and rhythm.
And we did not review landscaping and rhythm at this point.
Okay. All right. You want to restate that? I'm just kidding.
Yes, I'd love to.
All right. So motion stated so eloquently by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Walker. You breathed too long. And any discussion of the motion?
Can I make an amendment, please? Can I offer one at least? With regard to material, I'd like to request that the applicant restudy the change in material in the upper gables to have be more defined to individual architectural elements or being divided by band board material, requesting that the applicant reference historical examples from the district.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Accepted.
Accepted by Commissioner Whitlock. Are you still good with that, Commissioner Walker? All right, so now we vote. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock. All right. Thank you, Richard and Parker.
Okay.
Okay.
Next application, I believe our applicant is here in the room with us. Let's see, Harry. Hi, welcome. Come on up. Have a seat. Hi, well, nice to see you. Do you want to come up too? Bring your chair.
People in person.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I guess the first thing I want to say is how awesome it is to actually be in a room together.
Mhm.
It's great seeing you.
And to see the whole face, nothing but the face. Is your mic on?
Push and hold or just push?
Just push. If it's green, it's on.
All right, great.
Have y'all been sworn in?
I have not.
All right, if you'll both raise your right hand, and I can see if you do or not, and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we have one item from a commission member and our attorney, just real quick.
Okay.
Yes, I just want to divulge that I have a working relationship with Schrader Design, and that's all. I have no association with this project whatsoever, and
And will you in any way receive any financial benefit from this project?
no,
Are you have any knowledge of this project
none other than I've read in this booklet.
other than what was presented to you
Yes,
through the application? And do you feel that you can be fair and impartial, or is there any reason that you feel you cannot be fair or impartial in hearing this case?
No.
And if the applicants or any of the commissioners would like to ask any questions of the commissioner, if they're okay to proceed with him.
Commissioner Whitlock, how do you feel about proceeding with this case?
I feel comfortable.
Okay, that's good for me.
Any objection from the applicant?
No.
Yes, we should probably ask you how you feel too. All right, no objection by the applicant. Okay.
So are you satisfied then? Yeah. Thanks, Jill.
Okay.
Okay. Well, everyone having been sworn in, this is new construction of a single-family home on Mount Vernon. The information is outlined in the staff memo about the proposal, height, width, setbacks, which thank you for dimensioning all of those on the plan. And then some staff areas of comment are also on the staff memo. But I'm going to breeze right down to slide 6.
And I just want to clarify that this is the new standards.
This is
Okay.
the new standards, yes. They didn't really change for single family, but yes, they are new standards.
Yeah, use your new book.
Use your new book, please. The changes are the references because you remember everything's been consolidated. So, okay. With that, I'm just going to turn it right over to the applicants. Harry and Will, if you would state your names, spell your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
The office address is what you're looking for?
That's fine.
Yeah. My name is Harry Schrader, Schrader, and my address is 1310 South Tryon Street, Suite 102, Charlotte 28203.
And my name is William Philman, Philemon, and the same address, 1310 South Tryon Street, Suite 102, Charlotte 28203.
Great. Well, I'm on slide 6. If you would help me out, I'll try and help y'all too. I'll reference the slide as you go through your presentation, and you just let me know where you'd like me to go.
Sure. Do we reference sheet numbers for you? Is that would that be the? I don't know how it's.
You can, that might be harder for me to follow. Slides are more helpful, like the 7 through 35 rather than the G 1.0. But I can find it
Maybe you'll be able to find it.
if you do reference. I'll do my best to try and follow if you've referenced sheet numbers.
Sure. Ready for me?
Sure.
Okay.
Wanna hear?
It's funny about being back together because I'm trying to identify how many familiar faces were on the other end of the camera over the course of most of the pandemic at this point that we've worked together on this project. And I think if I could take just a minute to provide I think a critical overview. This has become our second submittal for a new house on this property. We have put that effectively behind us with the critique and the commentary of the board and the staff. And so as painful as it has been as an architect and as painful as it's been to our client, we drive forward with a lot of optimism. We spent a good deal of time with staff working through the recommended workshops in order to bind us more directly to a process that we must have found ourselves disconnected from. I've practiced residential architecture for 30 years. I'm a licensed architect. I've designed homes all over the country and even out of the country at this point. I take a great deal of pride in the work that we do. I believe I'm accommodating. I believe I am knowledgeable. I have served on boards for years and years, and I've sat in front of some of the most discriminating boards that are available in my industry, whether it's in Kiowa or in Cabo or the historic district of Swickley, Pennsylvania. The list is long of projects I've presented. This one is by far the most scrutinized chapter of my professional career, and understandable in some ways. I commend that the board is protecting something that's so precious to our community. And as I've mentioned in previous meetings, I've contributed to it over the years, whether people on this board or citizens of the community who have voiced strong opposition to my work agree. Those are contributions to the district, multiple at this point. And I suspect that there's a day, hopefully, that the board will look more favorably at those contributions. Hey, Schrader Design contributed to the historic district in 2010 and then again in 2020, and maybe it'll take its rightful place in the, yes.
Hi, Mr. Schrader. Let me start off by saying, first and foremost, you have the respect of everyone around this table. But in the interest of time, because we do have a long laundry list of people that we have to see, if you'll get to the actual application.
Understood. I just felt like a year and a half might warrant a little bit of backstory, because what we've done is we have at your direction, have decided to design a home that is far less about being progressive and far more about being contextual. And while it is not what I'm typically asked to do, the presentation we're making today is rooted in what I believe is exactly what the context of the board is asking, which is to say, hey, we believe that Tudor architecture is a style, however far back in the history we want to go. Tudor style has all these criteria that sit well with the community, sit well with the form and the mass and the materials. And so while I hate that I took more time than you like, it was the introduction to an architecture that we want to present today that comes on the direct sort of appreciation from the board that we needed to look at things in a very different way. So this home that we're putting in front of you today has had a good bit of tread with this organization through multiple workshops, multiple back and forths. We come in here with a level of confidence that we have addressed some of the big issues, and I like to dig into them all with you. So what's up on the screen is our sort of investigative design research to say, what can we do architecturally that's going to speak directly to the past, that's going to talk specifically about massing and form that I know you're going to find is dramatically more simple than the last submittal. So let's talk about some of the things we attacked. We attacked the setback concern, and so we've addressed pulling the house back. I think one of the first things we should look at architecture aside is the setback or the streetscape and how significantly more modest the building mass is relative to the whole streetscape. One of the big concerns, if Will take us to that site plan.
Next slide.
Next slide.
And slide 17.
Yes.
Our site directly below our rendering there. Clearly the directive was, hey, we need you to moderate the distance to the street. And so we did that. And one way we did that was we pulled the front porch and porte cochere back into the thermal plane of the house, essentially. So we weren't projecting out past the neighboring buildings. And I think if you look at this streetscape, I'm hopeful that you'll see that a real effort has been made to modulate that footprint. I think all the evidence of the submittal talks to dealing with building height issues and not trying to overpower the lot. We talked about massing and style. And so if we can go to the slide that talks about the front elevation or even a model shot, either one of those would work great for me. Let's go to a full screen of the building. There we go. So if we look at the top elevation, one of the fundamental sort of directors of Tudor architecture is a simplified roof form. And in this case, it's a primary ridge that runs left to right, paralleling the street, and then a secondary gable that faces the street. And in this case, we have a primary and a secondary gable. And while in pure elevation, you can't help but think, gosh, what is all that roof mass? That roof mass at 14 and 12 is falling completely away from us and leaving us with a much more modest thermal envelope at the street, and can be referenced directly to some of the greatest Tudor architecture in any history book. Materiality has changed completely. So we're using a non-painted brick consistent with Tudor architecture as the primary building material. Our gable in the upper left, while not a direct replica of the sort of post and beam diagonals that you would find, is a reference to an articulated gable form. The windows are rooted specifically in that sort of classic traditional pattern. We abandoned any sort of attempt to start to author our own window systems. And so you'll see all the windows are sort of classically oriented, to the comment about mull pockets. We've been very consistent to introduce thick mull pockets between each window. From our previous meetings on the roof forms, we've added that double dormer up in the gable in order to soften sort of that element there. Our porte cochere form has gone from radical to conventional, very low pitched metal roof as an accent, and very traditional column elements, which I think are in your list of discussion points. Subordinate secondary gable. So in the context of this roof form, the side elevations are now simplified subordinate gable forms, and each of those will, if you'll just drop down to that secondary elevation, you'll see the same gesture of design that is mimicked on those two secondary masonry elevations. We studied the mass of the chimney on the outside of the building, which is very consistent with Tudor architecture. And then absolutely noted that on the backside of the house is where we've made our singular contemporary gesture with a glass wall that would face the skyline view. Yet it's buried underneath again, a traditional gable form. So I turn it back to you. I think I've hit all the points of the discussion. We have a completely new and thorough presentation that we've shared with the group. Materiality, I know there was a couple comments about materiality, and I'd like to hit it head on because this client would love to have the least amount of maintenance as possible. And so this whole conversation about can we use cementitious products, every client I deal with in any climate is saying, please spare me maintenance on the product. They're spending multi-millions of dollars and they want it to be as low maintenance as we can. But I don't want it to lose the charm that I know is so distinctive of a district like this. So our references to materials that ideally would be cementitious, but to the same point of the last applicant, let's not let that get in the way. The client doesn't want it to get in the way. And if you feel it's a stumbling block, bring it to our attention. And, you know, I feel like I've said enough. I appreciate so much that you give me the time to talk. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Harry. All right, Chrissy, we do callers wishing to speak.
And,
All right.
Before Harry moves on, I do want to share that they did provide brick samples, and they are right behind Will and Harry, if you guys want to pull them out.
Yeah, should we
And
just
then-
set them somewhere?
Sure, you can just set them up there. And then we also took photos of them. Let's see here. I'm trying to get there. We have a very big agenda supplement. Okay, starting on page 65. So page 66 of the supplement is the Taylor. Is that
Two of these are Taylor.
that one? It's that one.
Yeah.
So if you would you want to hold that up for the commission? So that's this. And then 67 is what Will's holding up right now, Taylor number 2. And then slide 68 is Pine Hall, which Harry's got in his left hand. And did you want to just talk about which one you want or what your preference is with the brick samples?
Yeah, I think the overreaching comment is that we have no interest in a painted white house that is kind of taken over Charlotte. But we do feel like the direction we want to head is towards a lighter brick. And so we've presented these 3 to the client. They are hopeful that the range that we're in is acceptable to the board. There's a really interesting opportunity here for us to pair a lighter brick, a neutral lighter brick, with the warmer tones that are so prevalent in the Tudor vernacular, the sort of the beams and the siding and the brackets that find their way into those gables. And so I think the client is leading us towards the more white of the palettes there. And then our trim route would be a very neutral, likely off-white trim that we would use to accent our columns and our fascias and our soffits, by the way, will all be tongue and groove soffits. So I think one of the charming natures of well-detailed soffits, when you see the planking, whether it's a cementitious product or not, it just gives another layer of detail in our work. So that's our intent there.
All right. And then we have also some information submitted by the public. Ms. Flowers submitted a letter. She is not with us to answer questions, so the commission will consider any letters that are submitted as hearsay. Peter Fulton, I don't know if he's with us. But Judith Blackman. Let me go through. We have a number of people on the call and a number of unknown callers. I think we have 3 unknown callers, and just make sure that none of these folks are indeed on the call, but I know Christy Flowers was not able to attend.
And I just want to restate that we need to stick to the standards.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yep. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Kevin Davis, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you turn off your sound to your computer? Actually, I might go through and see if everyone's here. So if they need sworn in, we can do it all at once. Does
That's
that work?
perfect. That's
Okay.
perfect, Christy.
So Kevin Davis, Susie Jernigan.
Yes.
Thank you. Sarah Kerm. Okay. Michelle Amoroso. And if you have called in, and we have 4 unknown callers. I think 6. Cindy, is there 6, 10? 6, 10, 11, 12. Kevin, can you step away from the sound on your computer or mute it? Because we are getting some feedback from your phone. Okay. Callers, please be ready. Our chair is going to swear you in.
All right. If you all will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question, please. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Hopefully they're saying I do. Is everyone saying I do?
Callers?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you.
We'll double check. Okay, Kevin, you were just sworn in. I'm going to turn the floor over to you to provide any comments or information.
Speak to you.
And
Okay.
Kevin, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and spell your name.
Kevin Davis, and that's 701 Mount Vernon Avenue. KEVINDAVIS.
We are having really bad feedback. Kevin, are you by your computer?
Yes.
Can you turn the sound off on your computer? Because we're hearing echoes of it. Or the speakers. Put the speakers on mute.
So how's this?
Not good. Can you go to a different room?
Okay.
You know what? We are going to come back to you, and while you figure this out, but just try and put your speakers on mute. I'm going to go to Susie Jernigan. Are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Susie. And you were just sworn in, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and please spell your last name.
Susan Avenue.
Susan. Oh, we can't hear you either. You are breaking up. Are you on the call, or are you joining us via video?
I've been joining you via video, but
Okay.
it disappeared.
We hear you great right now. Just keep that same volume.
Okay.
Okay.
SUSANJERNIGAN.
Okay, Susan, if you would just loud and clear, share your comments.
First, I'd like to thank the Historic District Commissioners and staff members for their time and energy. I personally served on the commission back in the day when the offices were in the senior housing tower, Edwin Towers in Fourth Ward, so I know how demanding it can be. I'd also like to state for the record that my remarks are not about the Burgesses. The historic district standards are bigger than any individuals or individual structures. My goal is upholding the standards that preserve and enhance the Dilworth Historic District. I also want to state that as a group of neighbors who support the historic district standards, we consulted with an architect to be sure that we were looking at the proposal drawings in a professional and technical way. None of us has those skills. I'd like to discuss 4 issues. Number 1 is the spacing context of 729 Mount Vernon, its overall relationship to its surroundings. As your staff has pointed out in its analysis of the project, it is located very close to both side yard setbacks. The spacing between 729, the prior Burgess home, the subject parcel, and 809 are very tight, 11 feet 8.5 inches and 11 feet 7 inches. They are the narrowest from 701 to 919 Mount Vernon, the streetscape that the proposal provided. Actually, even counting these 2 very narrow spaces, the average of spacing between homes on the street is 19 feet. The fact that 2 very large homes sit side by side further accentuates the narrow spacing. Number 2, the lack of spacing results from the size of both the 729 house and the garage pool house accessory building. While the proposal points out a few homes that are as tall or as wide, 729 is both tall and wide. It is a very large structure on a small lot. Number 3 is a request for clarity given the minimum of 50% pervious standard in the rear yard. Overhead drawings do not show the left rear structure of the house as impervious, but it is described as a covered rear terrace. Our calculations suggest that the rear yard area is actually 4,920 square feet, which would allow 2,460 square feet of impervious area. The proposal shows 2,647. We'd just like clarification on that. And on that point, while it doesn't apply to the rear yard impervious standard, we would also like clarity regarding the roof on the porte cochere. One drawing doesn't show it, and another shows it ending at the supporting posts, which are shown as dots. But a note on the drawing says its overhang will be held to 3 feet. While the zoning code allows this overhang, the Historic District Commission may want to consider that visual impact in the already narrow setback. Number 4 is another request for a clarity. Sections MV 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 of the proposal show pictures of the Mount Vernon structures from 701 to 919 Mount Vernon, an uninterrupted streetscape. Our home, 919 Mount Vernon Avenue, shows several information points from the Mecklenburg County property records. For some reason, our building footprint is shown as 2,486 square feet on the proposal. The property records information is actually 1,776 square feet. I haven't checked all of the building footprint numbers, but the several that I did check, because I am familiar with the homes, were all substantially too large in the proposal. In any case, it gives the appearance that building footprints on the street are larger than they really are. My desktop computer is getting pretty old. I keep getting messages that say insufficient space on the disk. I believe the 729 proposal is insufficient space on the dirt, a 0.276 acre lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 2, Sarah Kerm, are you with us?
Christy, should we give the applicant a chance to speak to the calls after they, one by one?
Usually we do all of them.
Okay.
Or do you want to do each one? It's up to you.
I want you all to feel like you're getting a fair shake. So what works for you, Harry?
Okay. I think you might have some repeat comments, so that might be
Okay.
good.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Sarah Kerm, are you with us? Okay. Let's see. So we don't have Sarah. Christy is a no. No Sarah. We have a couple of unknown callers. Caller 10. Caller 10, caller 11, caller 12. If you've called in on the phone, feel free to speak up now and introduce yourself.
Hi, I don't know if I'm 10, 11, or 12, so I'll just jump in. This is Paula Kranz. I live at 1000 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Who? Oh, I'm
And,
sorry. Who is
I've-
this?
Paula Kranz at
Hi,
1000
Paula.
Mount Vernon Avenue.
Paula, have you been sworn in?
Well, I accepted the swear-in a couple
Okay,
minutes
great.
ago.
That's all we need. Okay, and if you would spell your last name for the court reporter, and then you can share your comments.
Yes, last name is Kranz, Kranz. Again, at 1000 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Thanks, Paula. Feel free to start.
Thank you so much. I don't have any prepared remarks. I don't have the luxury of having time to research this, but I wish I would have, and I apologize. What I want to say as a neighbor who's watched this whole process is that I think the family and the architect have done above and beyond due diligence to make sure that this home comports with Dilworth Historic District standards. I just went out and walked the street as I was listening to Susie and literally stepped between several houses on the street. And I don't think there's anything unusual in the spacing between houses. So I haven't been able to check the veracity of anything she's claimed. I just want to simply state that I'm in support of the project. I've been watching the rigorous analysis that the architect has done and wanted to just call in and offer my support. That's all.
Great. Thank you so much, Paula. We appreciate your contributions. Okay, is there anyone else on the phone that would like to identify themselves and share any remarks?
Yes.
Hello, oh, we are having really terrible feedback.
It sounds like there are multiple people in one room and someone has the volume up on one of those devices. That's why we're hearing it so many times.
If you guys are, did you hear Commissioner Bonaparte? If there are any devices on in the room that you're in, you need to turn the speakers off so the sound from the meeting isn't reverberating back to us.
Okay, so is that better?
A little bit. Is there anything else playing? Is that Kevin? Okay. Is there anyone else? Did they drop off, Cindy? They're still there. They're unmuted. Well, you need to mute your computer, but not your microphone. So there's two settings. There's a microphone setting and a speaker setting. So at the bottom of your computer, if you're watching, do you see where the volume button is right here that I'm pointing to? Turn that off. Toggle to mute that. Did you get it?
I hope so. Is that better?
A little bit. Can you do it on both computers?
Try again.
Oh, that's better. Okay, we got you. All right. Kevin, you're up. And if you would state your name and spell your last name and your address for the court reporter, please. Hello? Technology.
Christy, this is Candace. I have caller 10 and Kevin Davis unmuted at this time. They don't seem to be responding.
Okay. Yeah, we had them for a minute.
Yes, and I'm not
let me
sure.
Go ahead. So we have those two. Do we have, let's see, is David Cohen, Peter Fulton, Jason Murphy, or Michelle on?
Michelle is here.
Oh, Peter, David and Peter?
David's here, yes.
Hi, David. You're up, David. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then share your comments.
Sure. My name is David Cohen, Cohen. I live at 816 Mount Vernon, almost directly across the street from 729 Mount Vernon. And again, I also did not have prepared remarks, but I did actually thoroughly go through the submission. And as one of the callers had suggested before, it was very detailed and very specific, and I appreciated that. And I just simply wanted to say that I believe the design would fit nicely within the character of the street and the surrounding neighborhood, and that the Tudor style of the house would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. And so I am in support of it and would very much like to see a house on this plot of land.
Great. Thanks, David. David, I'm so sorry. I have one more question. Have you been sworn in?
I have not been sworn in unless it was unless clicking through the video included a affirmation of some kind.
No,
David, I'll get you sworn in now. If you will, please raise your right hand and to respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm your testimony and that the testimony and information you are about to give and you have given is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Did I hear that Peter Fulton or Jason Murphy were on the phone? Okay.
Michelle is here, Christy.
Michelle is here. Hi, Michelle. You're up, Michelle.
Okay, great. If Christy, yeah, if you can pull up the supplemental street.
Sure.
I have been sworn in. Hello, everyone. Michelle Amoroso, Amoroso. I live at 708 Mount Vernon. And Christy, you may just want, if it's possible, to just magnify a little closer on to 729.
Sure.
So I've been following the case for the past year, and it's obvious that the architects and the Burgess family have put in long hours adjusting the design and preparing for this application. Although I'm not architecturally trained, the new iteration appears to draw on historic elements and simpler forms in our neighborhood, which is great. I listened in on the November and December workshops and agreed with the commissioner's comments that things were moving in the right direction. There was conversation around the roof size and pitch ideas were shared to reduce the scale.
And those comments were incorporated into this final plan, and I do think those changes make a difference. But where things fall short for me is the proof that this house will blend with the Mount Vernon streetscape. Will it stand out? Will it look out of place? Will it disrupt the rhythm of the street that has earned accolades for its beauty? Back in December, Commissioner Walker expressed her concerns about the minimal side yard spacing and proximity to the houses on either side. She also mentioned that the height appeared, quote, a little excessive. I shared those same concerns when I looked at this April submission. So I decided to look objectively at the data because I didn't want to base my opinion on gut feeling only. And I've submitted a few exhibits that may help in this review. So this is the first one that's on the screen, and it shows the streetscape with the side yard measurements. As Susie alluded to, if you go up and down the same side of Mount Vernon block, the application meets the 5-foot zoning, but the neighborhood spacing is in question here. So the side spacing of the proposed will be less than 12 feet, which is super tight compared to other spacing measurements up and down the block. And as you do that scrolling, you also notice the various roof heights undulating. That variability supports the special rhythm of the street. With both 723 and 729 and nearly the same height, that rhythm is disrupted, in my opinion. So I know it's a lot to take in. So Christy, if you can go to the next chart, which is the scary one with height and width. So this is not pretty, but for the commissioners, and I am an accountant that likes to drill down in things, it's a chart of the height and width of Mount Vernon houses on the 700 to 900 block. And this information was pulled from the city public files, and I'd be happy to have them confirmed. I apologize to number haters, but the historic standards are listed at the top here. And I think as you view it, you can see that the compatibility may be in question with these standards. The shaded peach color is the 360-degree view. And the width calculations show that the 729 proposal is approximately 10 feet longer than any of the other historic, or than the average of the historic on the block. So I won't go any further and wait for questions, but it's been really difficult challenging our neighbors, and I'm sorry this has been such a struggle, but as these property values increase in our neighborhood and more historic teardowns are being requested, each new construction project may become precedent setting. Thank you all for the important work you do. The end.
Thanks. Thank you, Michelle. All right.
Okay, we have more callers. I think perhaps our computer struggles transition to callers. Let's hope. If you've called in, feel free to speak now. Kevin. Hello, we hear you talking.
This is Kevin Davis.
Kevin, you sound really far away. Can you speak real close into your microphone?
Yeah. So this is Kevin Davis.
No, we still can't hear you, Kevin. We have
Can you hear
our,
me now?
no, we have our sound pretty much all the way up. Are you on Bluetooth or speakerphone? Because if so, try to just use, yeah, try not to use speakerphone.
May I call in? May I call in?
We still can't hear you. Is there caller number 12 or 13? I don't know what to do.
if we can't hear them, then we can't accept their testimony and we have to keep it moving.
Yep, okay. Kevin, the chair wants to keep things moving. Yes. Can you, yeah.
Can't they call someone?
They can call in to the phone number.
Couldn't they call on a cell phone and you just put them on speakerphone?
Yes, they can call into the phone number. That's, and not join via computer. The phone number is 1-650-479-3207. And the access code is 2310-330-8399. So we'll give them a minute if they want to do that and continue with commissioner comment and come back to them.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. So why don't we actually let you speak to some of the comments that were made before we get into the commissioners back and forth with you.
Sorry. Everyone heard me the first time?
This time with feeling, Harry.
Absolutely. I partially suggest that some of the critique, while protective of the district, would almost require an architect or a land buyer to go into a design process with the expectation that, hey, I know your lot is this wide, but we're going to tell you, you can't build to the full width. You don't have the rights because somebody else has built to their full width. And so in a time when those properties are increased in such value, the logic is that the homes are going to be bigger because the land costs are so high. And while I completely appreciate that we don't want to overbuild and we don't want to create albatrosses. And I completely understand that while I want my house to be beautiful, it can't be the shining star of the street. We have a client who's directing us towards use of their valuable real estate. So number one, we're tight on the left-hand side. No question, we're tighter on the left-hand side, but we are within our zoning requirements. And I think it's also worth noting that we're tight for a moment of the footprint. This is not a shotgun house that's 60 feet long with an unobstructed wall. The portion of the house that is closest to document that setback is a 20-foot section of the home, set back probably 15 feet from the thermal envelope edge, right? So the compression point is not at the street, it's a distance back. And by all accounts, people are going to landscape between the houses. And so the bigger issue is what's really happening with the architecture, what's happening above the line of sight from a person walking on the sidewalk. On the right-hand side, yes, our structure is tight to our buildable envelope because we need to provide a porte cochere, which is a driveway. We happen to want to cover the driveway, but it's a driveway nonetheless. So it's a very small moment in time that we're tight to the side yard setback. The main body of the house is considerably farther. So if we're going to have realistic, discussions about a Center Hall Colonial that's 34 feet tall end to end, we have a building that's much narrower through the body of the house, and then a porte cochere that is only approaching the side yard within 10 feet off the ground and 12 feet off the ground.
I have slide 16 pulled up for you, Harry, if that helps.
Yeah, I think I'm just bringing to light some of these offsets playing a real part in understanding the modulation of the buildings. The second point I want to make, which was from one of the call-ins about the roof overhang at the porte cochere, and we in fact have honored a very tight overhang that's effectively at the line of those columns, which is in the elevations. So we're not proposing to extend the overhang even farther than the porte cochere driveway itself. That we can look at individually if it's necessary. The clarification on square footages comes from a document that we receive. And we tried to be helpful by taking that streetscape document and using our software to determine the footprint square footage. We didn't invent those square footages, and so if somebody contests that square footage, I can't help them with that. But we didn't invent those diagrams that said how big and wide those footprints of the neighboring houses were. There was a discussion about proof of context, like how can we prove that it's going to be contextual? If you guys can answer that question, I give you all the credit in the world, because every new structure comes with a leap of faith that it's going to be beautiful and that it's going to be executed well. And again, I go back to staking my own credibility that I try and do architecture that people will look at and say, God, that really is a beautiful addition, not an albatross. And so I don't know how we'll ever prove the context. One thing about building height, yeah, we studied very hard the idea of what is that ridge line going to do. And I hope everyone recognizes that that ridge line is recessed. So it's not a line of sight as profound as you're seeing in the drawings. But one of my fears is if we flatten the pitches, we've lost the charm of Tudor architecture, and maybe to my point about, hey, Harry, you can't build in your full site. You would have also had to say, Harry, you really can't do a traditional Tudor home because I know that by its nature, it's a steeply pitched roof. And so I can only respond by saying we've taken great care and used a lot of historical precedent on Tudor architecture, both in the district and around the country, that I think speak to this idea that the thermal envelope, the vertical surface that faces the street, has a quaintness to it and a less abrasiveness feel than a Center Hall Colonial that would be 40 feet wide and 20 feet tall and have 8 windows in your face. And they're beautiful in their own right. But this architecture is much about the roof receding and creating these sort of shapes that happen behind the sightline. So that was, I think, oh, the last was the impervious calculations. I know we're shoehorning house, accessory structure, hot tub, driveway, pool. And so I'll turn it to Will, but we did run as accurate a calculations as we know how to, and have included everything that we possibly can. So I'm not sure exactly what is being referenced in the complaint. So
yeah, it sounded like they said something about concern about if the covered rear terrace was included in the impervious area, which it was, and is included in that breakdown in the upper left-hand corner of that page. So all those numbers are included. We calculated that, with our survey and with our drawings. Like Harry was saying, we are kind of close to the limit there. We're coming in at 49.05%. So, it's tight margins here. So I don't know how they could calculate such tight margins off of a PDF or something like that without having a more accurate kind of way to draw it as we've calculated it with. Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of add one note onto Harry's point about kind of the size and the widths and the heights and things. And just wanted to say, if you could go to the next slide down, slide 17, and just look at the building footprint compared to some of the building footprints on the street. I think that just visually it's apparent that, like, since that porte cochere isn't heated area, the mass of the building actually on the site is visually pretty comparable to a lot of the others on the street with regards to rhythm and scale and proportion and that sort of thing.
Okay. What do you say to the people who say that it's both taller and wider than adjacent properties, adjacent homes?
I would say, depending on what house we're looking at, it is both taller and it is wider. And part of that is the style of architecture. Part of it is the underutilized lots from 80 years ago. You know, there's just a need to appreciate that if you take the mass, the thermal mass of the house, which is dictated by the left and right margins of the main gable, I don't think that it screams, and I'm looking at the sheet of 30 houses, I don't think it screams, oh my God, this thing is so disproportionately wide. Is it a few feet wider than several of the houses? Yes. Is it within absolute guideline reasons of the overall ridge height of the architecture? Is it below zoning requirements? Does it meet sort of the rhythm? Now, as houses get bigger, the rhythm grows, and I get the need for being careful. I just don't know how to responsibly develop a house that is big enough to meet the requirements of a client, sensitively meet, by the way, not, hey, we're going to pack as many square feet as we can in here, and still maintain the porte cochere notion. You know, if we were to lop this porte cochere off and not have driveway access and shift this house floating into the middle, I think some of these things would immediately not even be on anyone's radar. But if I can stretch my arm out like this and say, our ridge is this much taller than the next house, and I put it 30 feet up in the air, it's insignificant. It is not an albatross. It is not a outlier on the streetscape. And I say that as if I'm sitting on your side of the table. I just know how to evaluate and prioritize those big decisions. I just do. It's impossible to sound impartial, I know, but I'm a man of super high integrity where I wouldn't have pushed my client this far if I didn't think that it was done in a responsible manner.
All right. Commissioners, questions of Harry and William?
We want to go back to the callers.
We can.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, let's do that first, I think.
Sounds
Okay. We have even more callers, so I'm not sure if it's because people have joined and fallen off or what. Sarah Kerm, are you with us?
Christy, if they don't answer, I just want to keep it rolling.
Yep. Okay. Caller 15 or 16? If you've called in, please speak now. This is your chance to talk.
Okay, I'd like to speak. This is Kevin Davis.
Hi, Kevin. Oh, we can hear you loud and clear. Name?
Oh.
Spell your name,
Kevin Davis.
address for the court reporter, and then share your remarks.
Davis, 701 Mount Vernon Avenue.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry about the difficulty with my computer. I'd like to read, and with the permission of the staff, I'd like to read a letter that is from Ed Williams regarding the proposed construction. The guiding principle for construction in our historic district is rooted in the staff review, is stated in the staff review of the application. The goal for creating a new building within a historic district should be to fit in and not stand out. To meet that goal, the proposal for 729 Mount Vernon Avenue needs further revision. First, let me note an improvement in this iteration of the application. To me, the visual presence of the front of the house is compatible with historic homes in the district. The strong horizontal line of the roof over the front porch and carport, for example, could be a sleek, modern relative of 1218 Dilworth Road, built in 1921. Beyond that, however, is a problem: the roof. It looks as though a small house in front is being devoured from behind by something very big and very dark. The roof's imposing mass overwhelms both the home and the streetscape. I wonder if unconsciously the designer might know this. The first depiction of the building in the application shows much of the upper roof blocked from view by conveniently placed leafy tree branches. It reminded me of Adam and Eve's use of fig leaves to hide their nakedness after they'd learned to be embarrassed. The application does not show such a massive roof to be among Dilworth's historic homes. In fact, to show that somebody somewhere considered that design a good idea, the applicant includes illustrations from A Field Guide to American Houses, showing some homes in Shaker Heights, Ohio, and elsewhere with similar massive roofs. That's interesting, but irrelevant to the historic district. There are other problems too. One is that the size and the proximity of various aspects make the project seem overstuffed, like a 16-inch neck squeezed into a 15-inch collar. Your staff has ably called attention to this and other concerns. You are the stewards of our historic district. The issue before you is whether this proposal is appropriate, compatible, and not incongruous to the district. In its present form, it is not. I hope the applicants will work to resolve these concerns and build a fine new home that fits into the Dilworth Historic District.
All right, thank you so
separate-
much. Sorry, I thought you
Yeah.
were.
No, separate from that, I'd like to say a couple of things myself. That I think the design or the redesign that has been improved does have more reference to the Tudor style and is a better fit with other Tudor homes in the neighborhood. But I agree. I think that the forbidding slope and scale of the roof line overpowers the improvement of the Tudor lines completely. The proposed house and garage still beg the question of size in proportion to a very small lot. These are quarter-acre lots, much the same size as my house. It's 3 doors down, and my house is a historic one. And while other homes on the street are cited in the proposal as being similar height and width, they aren't both tall and wide, like the 729 Mount Vernon proposal. The structure is just too big for the lot. It's too close to the homes on either side, not just the left side. The spacings are like 11.7 inches and 11.85 and significantly reduce the street's rhythm of spacing, not necessarily just to those two, but to the rhythm of the ups and downs along the whole side of the street. And as Susie referenced, there's an average. Some are 26 feet apart, some are less than that, but the average is around 19 feet. And that's the rhythm of the street. This completely changes that rhythm. My house also is represented on this diagram as being footprint of something like 2,600 square feet. And that's the entire square footage of the house, not the footprint. And I feel strongly that if we're going to continue the integrity of the standards for the Dilworth Historic District, which I believe is the right thing to do still, the proposed house at 729 Mount Vernon would invite a trend of buying up smaller houses on very small lots and creating huge houses that would dwarf both the lots and the historic homes. That's it.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin.
All right, thanks, Kevin. We have a caller 10, a caller 16, and a caller 17. If you have called in on the phone, now's your chance to speak. Please state your name. Okay, last chance to speak for callers for 729 Mount Vernon. Going once, going twice. All right, back to you, Kim.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to do a round robin, and we're going to talk about points that we want to address with regards to this application. I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Bonaparte, since you're at the end.
So I see the Tudor influence, the Tudor architectural style. I think it's well done. I do see, I don't see the issue with the spacing, on the right side or the side closest to 718. And I may be calling that incorrectly, but on the right side where the porte cochere is, because that is to me open space from the thermal wall of that side of the home. But it is a little bit of a challenge when you look at the left side of the home. So that's, if there could be something done to resolve that, perhaps I think we would get somewhere. And I see the attempt to kind of break up the massing of the roof with the dormer. I'm not sure if there's anything else that could be done there, but those are the things that stick out to me. Everything else I think looks great to me. So.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Walker.
I think the applicant's come a long way with this new design. I still struggle with the rhythm of this. As I said back in October, if it weren't next to the house it's next to, it wouldn't be such an outstanding exception to the street's rhythm. But being that it is juxtaposed to this other very, very large scale house that's out of proportion to the street, the two of them together just create a breakup in the rhythm of the street that I feel would be a profound thing to see driving down the street. So that hits me. Because when I drive down that street, it's the house's neighbor that really stands out. And with it being right next to that and having that spacing issue, the two combined create a problem for me in terms of the rhythm, important part of the streetscape.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Bart.
I agree with a lot of what the applicant has expressed in response to some of the criticism of the design. Some things I disagree on. I will say that the height, the massing of this house, when looked at certain examples, like across the street, certain Georgian examples on the block, the architectural style chosen, the roof form, the geometry of this application, really make an effort to minimize its vertical presence, as the applicant has mentioned. Its use of roof form extending away from the streetscape helps in reducing this overall massing. For the architectural style, I think while it is on the excessive side, it does lend itself well to paying homage to that architectural style. I agree that, as Commissioner Walker said, on the right-hand side of the lot, I think the rhythm of the streetscape and the house spacing isn't as much of an issue for me, due to the fact that the applicant does desire to create a porte cochere condition, as well as get a drive into the back of their lot. So for me, this isn't as much an issue. Other than that, and I have a few minor things with regard to materiality details, but that's where I stand.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Hayden.
In large measure, I am in agreement with Chris. For me, the streetscape relationship, I get the fact that the roof is receding from the streetscape, and I think that there's a strong likelihood that it's being given more attention than perhaps it needs. I do understand, the drawings, make it look like it's a giant plane tilted right up like it's a billboard, but it's not. It's laying back. It's going away from everything. So I'm thinking that the architect and his team have made a significant step forward. I am a little bit concerned with the closeness on the left side. I do think that does change some of the rhythm characteristics. I think the porte cochere in reality is kind of a transparent element and really just doesn't bother me one way or the other. I mean, I don't see it being a major contributor to the streetscape or a major detractor to the streetscape. I think the homage to the Tudor style is pretty significant and pretty cool. So I'm concerned about just the overall saturation of the site. I think the total development of the property is somewhat concerning for me because it's pretty impervious. I realize the numbers are there, but some of the materials and things like that are being proposed, the question, there's still, the jury's still out on whether some of those turf grasses and grass blocks and those kinds of things work. But I think I'm concerned with the proximity on the left side. That's my biggest issue right now. I also understand that there'll be some landscaping here that's going to change a lot of this over time. And I'd like to have some sense of what that landscape plan is in fact going to be when the time comes to finally approve this. That's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Henningsen.
Christy, can we scroll this down just a little so we can see the Lafayette? All right, perfect. So when I look at the top row, where the house is, and I look at the last row from Lafayette, again, just thinking about what, we've all said and others have said about the rhythm, right? When I look at, you see where it says Lafayette Avenue, the 3 historic houses to the right? I mean, there's a variation in ridge heights. Right. So I take that concept and look back up at, the first row on Mount Vernon, where the applicant's house is. And there's also variations in height. Yes, some are historic, some are non-historic. So when I think about rhythm from a height perspective, there's all types of variation on historic homes on that last row that says Lafayette Avenue as an example. So from a rhythm perspective, it doesn't it's not incongruous. Now, from a spacing perspective, let's still look at Lafayette Avenue. Again, let's look at the 2 houses to the right of where it says Lafayette Avenue. If I look at the spacing between those first 2 houses, and again, I'm just eyeballing here, it's very similar to the spacing between the applicant's house and the house on the left. Again, I'm just eyeballing it. Now, the one thing that is a little different is that second house to the right after the word Lafayette Avenue. I mean, it's addition. So, there's not a thermal wall on the second story. But I guess what I'm saying is from a spacing perspective, there is, similarities and precedence between that row that says Lafayette Avenue and the Mount Vernon row on the top. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with so many comments that have already been said, and just to not spend unnecessary time. As far as the massing, I think that this is a good nod to the Tudor style architecture with a steeply pitched roof. And if you do look at the roof plan, sometimes the elevations can be somewhat deceiving when the roof looks so massive and imposing when actually, as has been mentioned several times, the roof is receding. I'm not terribly concerned about that. I am somewhat concerned, as some of the other commissioners are, about the spacing, particularly on the left side, and would like to see more rhythm. with respect to the houses across the street and on the same, and on the same side of the street with, if it is indeed a 19-foot average spacing, perhaps something more approaching that. As far as specific items, I did have a question on the pervious area calculation. And I know that question has been raised by at least one of the callers. But if I look at the dimensions of the rear lot line, let's see, that's on the site plan. And I see 80, I think it was 80 feet across the back. And then if I go from the rear thermal wall to the rear, I'm getting 4475. So 4475 square feet for the rear yard. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Christy. Not 4960. I'm getting about 500 square feet less in that calculation. So maybe you can.
Yeah, sure. In our, I believe, and kind of going off memory here, in one of our previous workshops or meetings with staff, we established that we would go off the thermal wall on each side of the lot. So that's where you can see our hatching on the left-hand side of the screen there comes down to the thermal wall on that side yard. So we were kind of basing off of that dimension on either side of the lot. We could run the calculations if we pull that up and go just off the thermal wall that's furthest to the back, like you're talking about. And in a sense, that would cut out a large part of the impervious area. Yeah, so we're doing exactly what was just drawn on the screen. Whereas
That's covered area, right? That's covered area. Correct? Yeah.
Right.
And have you subtracted out that covered area?
We've included that in our area calculation. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, so it should be
impervious.
deleted.
Yeah.
That's because you start with the pervious area and then you take half of that.
Right.
So that should be deleted then. So.
Yeah. That's what we usually do, is we do it from the thermal wall and then subtract out any covered porches. It's just kind of, that is the direction I gave him. So if I need to give him other direction, let me know. I'm glad to.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's shown here with the red line I just drew on slide 16.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I understand this. His calculation includes porch, and we're saying that we normally don't.
No, what Commissioner Goodwin was saying is that, let me try a different color. I don't know that people. Okay. So what Commissioner Goodwin was asking was, should this be the rear yard, right? Everything back this way? And what we had talked about is, typically this is the rear yard, like the thermal wall of the house. And then you subtract out this, but then this technically, oops, sorry, but then, oh, they can't hear me. But then this technically, kind of gets calculated as some rear yard. So Commissioner Goodwin was asking if the pink line should be the rear yard. Like I said, how we typically handle it is it's the thermal wall of the house, and then you subtract out the roofs of the porches. So I think that's what they've done.
That is what you did?
Yeah, so just to make sure that we interpreted your directive correctly, from the red line outward is what makes up our 4960 total rear yard area. And then that covered area that we're talking about in yellow, that area is included in what's
Up
listed
here.
as impervious hardscape impervious material.
Maybe something that might clarify it is if you call it out specifically as porch roof.
Okay.
I think that
Yeah,
might help
we-
clarify everything.
Yeah, we can just break down that
Mhm.
hardscape impervious into whatever
Yeah.
whatever that is.
I would do porch roof, garage roof, and then like hardscape impervious. Yeah, that would make it more clear.
But that is impervious area and it should not be, causing you to to have more impervious area in the backyard, it seems that you should be going off that, the line of the thermal wall and not include that porch area. It sure makes sense because you start out calculating the pervious area, and that's the pervious area is behind the porch and behind the thermal wall.
Right.
Whatever's left, you can take half of that.
Okay.
And that would be the way to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Would that
Yeah.
be the same for the garage footprint? Like, would you take that same philosophy?
That's considered part of the rear yard. You would take the eave overhang for the garage.
That's why we qualified them similarly in terms of removing all those pervious areas.
Help you with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
I understand what you're saying, but it'll make a difference for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the other couple comments that I had, the vertical shiplap on the front, if there's a precedent for that in the area, I would appreciate knowing about that. I don't know how a cementitious, what kind of cementitious material that you could use for a vertical shiplap. I think you said 10 inches wide. I don't know of any material that would be suitable there. But if you could just look at the historic context and see if there's anything nearby that looks similar to that. And then I also, the left elevation, I know I have an issue with the angled wall and also the exposed spiral staircase. Those I'm not an architect, and that does not look like a Tudor style to me. Again, if you could find something, a design precedent in the Tudor vernacular that looks like that, that would be helpful. That's all that I had.
To do that? In each of these workshops, we've talked very directly about the rear elevation being a contemporary departure and never been told, hey, you really can't break from the vernacular there. I guess I'm just asking the group because we've been given the sort of latitude to bring something to the table there.
Since it's only seen from the back.
In the past, we have allowed for a more modern look in the back. So,
Be up to the commission as a whole. But
right, Commissioner Whitlock.
I don't have the background changed since the.
Don't need it.
You
You don't need it.
Some of the comments were to that. Sorry. So some of the comments were kind of hearkening back to that. But I, just from my initial and on the surface, looking at the streetscape and imagining this house there with the use of materials, and the architecture, the details and such, that I can see it fitting in very nicely. And I think that, once again, the roof massing is going to be compromised by the reality and the 3D effect of that and the fact that it's sitting back. So that doesn't, if you look at the front elevation, just head on 2D, it does look like that. But I think in reality and from the sidewalk or the street elevation, that's not going to be an issue. And I agree with a lot of the comments. I mean, yes, it is filling up the lot. And I do feel like the porte-cochere and the openness over there doesn't create the concern on the right side. And yes, it's probably as close as it can get on the left side. And I'm sure, I can only say that is close, and it does seem close if you're looking at it on paper, 2D. I think with landscaping and the reality of it, that may not be quite the issue.
Okay. And I'll end it by saying that having seen the last design, which was beautiful, this is definitely something that I believe fits into the district much better. However, having said that, there's a time and a place for everything. And I think one of the reasons I spend a lot of my time here is because I believe in preservation. And in believing in preservation, I believe that we are somehow preserving this moment in time. No, it's not fixed. It's changing over time. And there's the place is here on this lot in the historic district of Dilworth. And driving up and down that street, I'm challenged by it still. Because, yeah, we are looking at this streetscape here on slide 18. But when I look at something, I take a holistic approach. When we look at the historic houses, they're either wide or taller. They're not wider and taller. And yes, I know the porte cochere is adding to the width, but it's still there. And with that being the case, and with the way it sits on the lot, and with the spacing to the left side of the house, it just seems like a lot. And I think that that's because your clients are requiring a lot and you want to deliver a lot. And so that I feel like it is incongruous in the neighborhood and particularly on this street. All right, so do you want to respond to any of the things that we've said, or would you like for us to close for deliberation?
I guess I'll just take a last 30-second shot at this. I didn't expect to be faced with the level of critique I think we're getting still, but I want to share the rendering on the bottom left corner because with all due respect to the comments today, I look at that composition on the left-hand side and I feel like, and it's accurate, by the way, it's a computer generated accurate height width relationship to the two structures. I just cannot imagine looking at that and saying the word incongruous architecturally. I just can't. Or I need to go into a workshop 4 months ago and be told, do not build to the 5 foot setback because we're not going to allow it. And do not do a porte cochere because you're threatening the right-hand side, and don't do Tudor because it's going to be too tall. I feel like the handcuffs are so tight. When I look at that, I see traditional architecture. I see a pinch point that's 25 feet back, but all this and all this, there's as much space going on here as a historic 1920 Center Hall Colonial with a 2-story wall. So if I came in here with that, I put a shallow hat on it, we'd be dealing with another set of conflict. So I just am so hopeful that I can get whatever direction allows me to honor this client. They are near a breaking point, and I just feel helpless. And I feel like I've worked too hard to feel helpless.
Yeah.
I feel like I've worked hard for a long, long time, caring about architecture. And so anyway, I hope we've done what we can to explain the need here. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you both. All right, let's close for deliberation. And why don't we do what we've done with other new construction applications and just go through our points and speak to them. And the first point is context. And you know what? I am going to kick this one over to, well, Commissioner Henningsen. Why don't you speak to how this works within the context of the streetscape?
Yes. Christy, can we go to the Zetwell survey slide? So from a context perspective, I mean, I'm looking at this from a Tudor architecture fitting within, the streetscapes. And I mean, these streets in the immediate context are so varied. A Tudor house is not incongruous in this immediate context. I'll stop there. That is what I want to say about context.
Yeah, Tudor is definitely not incongruous with this neighborhood. What about this particular house?
So where I have the biggest reservation on this house is the massing. It is the massing on the left side. Contextually, I mean, the house, the architect has done a great job of creating I don't want to say a little more modern, but it's a little more modern take on a Tudor house. My biggest challenge, though, again, is the massing.
Okay. Commissioner Barth, contextually, how does this house speak to that point, our very first point in new construction?
I agree with some of the comments that PJ has mentioned. I think it is a more modern approach to a Tudor, but it's a new house. We're not modifying historic home here, so that history is already gone. It's up to the architect and their client's artistic interpretation of a style. I believe, we talk about a lot of the times the history, the story of a streetscape. The house that was there is already gone, and this is to me the next iteration of what goes on this parcel of land. I think the setback from the street, speaking to the private realm and the public realm, works well. They've included a variety of form from the street perspective, as well as a porch element, which creates that interaction with the street space. As far as PJ's comments to massing, the applicant did bring up that it's not the entire left side that is approaching that 11-foot mark. And there's some scale reducing techniques on that side of the house that I think when you do look at this house in 3 dimensions, certainly help that relationship. So, do I think it could be massaged a little bit so that it's less impactful? Yeah, but I don't know that it'd have that much of an effect on the overall project.
All right. When you say less impactful, what do you mean?
If we ask the applicant to move the wall or, to increase the setback on the left side by 2 feet or 3 feet, I don't think we'll really notice much of a difference. I mean, the left side and certainly the holistic approach of this design with regard from the 3 angles that it's viewed from the street, I think are rather dynamic. We have varying roof lines. We have things receding away. We have eaves and low porches, transparent versus solid. I think in the streetscape, this house fits in fairly well from a holistic perspective.
Okay. And Commissioner Walker.
I would just be repeating myself. I think the house is a really nice design. My concern is the combination of the massing of this house and its neighbor. I mean, the mistake was made years ago with the neighbor's house not having a garage, so I believe they have a 1 or 2 car garage that's attached to the house, which is what allowed the house to sit so close to its side yard setback. And so that contributed to this problem we're having with the rhythm on the street and the separation of all the houses. So when you drive down the street, these 2 houses that are, you know, both wide and tall are together just an overwhelming presence on the street.
Okay, so we've talked about context. Does anyone else have anything to add that has not already been stated? Please.
Can I add to what Jill just said? Well, I agree. I mean, this street, particularly that side of the street, has seen significant change over the years, one of which being the house directly to the left of this one. I don't think that, we look at each of these properties as individuals and not comparing them to non-historic examples. I don't think we should be penalizing this particular case based on what was approved, in previous iterations of the guidelines.
But it's part of the context now.
It is.
Yeah, so I don't think that we can ignore that either.
True.
All right, so moving on to our next point. Setback. How are we doing on setback, Commissioner Goodwin?
I mean, it appears at first glance, it appears at first glance that the setback is consistent with our guidelines. I had from some notes previously that the average setback of the homes on either side was 43 feet. Times 43 feet. And that the new setback is 39 feet 4 inches to the porch edge. And that's within 10%. So that meets our guidelines, if my calculations were correct.
All right, so I don't think we need to belabor that point. Anyone have anything else they want to add that has not already been stated by Commissioner Goodwin? Okay, spacing. Commissioner Hayden.
I mean, I think I made the point that I felt that the left side was really right on the edge of too close. And I think there's others who feel that it's obviously closer than it is on the right side. It's certainly not balanced. I don't know that moving the wall in a foot or two is going to make that much difference visually. I think it probably isn't. And I think Chris Barth made the point, and I share this, that the views that you get from the perspective looking between these buildings as you're going by, looking back, that the house is constantly receding. The details are constantly receding away from the streetscape. And I mean, you look at the elevation that was pointed out to us and the perspective that was pointed out to us, the one on the bottom left. You take that pinch point, as it's been referred to, and slide it back 2 feet. Does it make that much difference? Possibly. Is it worth maybe exploring? I think it might be. I don't know if it's going to stand. I think those who don't like this house don't like this house, and I'm not sure anything that he can do to that is going to change that.
Yeah, I don't think that's it, Commissioner Hayden. You're being so non-committal. Is spacing? Is it too close or not too close?
From my perspective, it's not.
It's not too
It's
close.
not too close.
Okay.
I mean, he's within the legal limits of what he's allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that has to be part of the perspective that we that we make these decisions on.
Mm-hmm.
That, they're not asking to do something that they cannot do.
You said it has to be part of the perspective. What's the other part?
Well, I think, you know, the context and all the other things, but I mean, the fact that this one side setback is close, but it's not over, it's one, they haven't come in and asked for excessive compensation or, you know, to be some relief to allow it to be wider than it's allowed to be. And I think in that regard, we have to take that into account, that yes, these people are entitled to use their property. And is it a context thing? I don't necessarily think so. I think we can find places where, and PJ did, there's places in the neighborhood where if people are right closer together than they are in other spots. So I mean, there's precedent for this kind of thing occurring. So I don't have, I think it's okay.
PJ?
Can we go to the Zetwell survey again? I know I think I've used the survey more in this one application than I have in the last 3 meetings, but.
Slide
again,
18.
Slide 18. Again, let's look at the top row of Mount Vernon. Look at the first 2 houses on the left. Look how close together they are. Now, look how close together the applicant's house and the houses to the left. Again, now we have a historic example of 2 houses that are really close together. Again, I'm just eyeballing. I don't have a measuring tape out or laser any doohickey. Anyhow, I think a lot of the challenge though is looking at this here, 2D.
It sounds like we have
black and
it.
white.
I do believe we actually have those numbers, so you don't have to eyeball it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would also like to make one point. And is this is a more, this is the same build, this is the existing, this is your current design, Harry?
We're closed, so.
Is the building that's shown on that lot, the proposed one that's our current thing?
That is.
Okay. We need to eliminate that other one up on top because that dark rendering of the proposed house is influencing our visual. See the one on top there, that dark, it needs to be the same thing as everything else. It needs to be just the outline of the building because right now that's influencing our feeling about what that house is going to do.
Let's go to the slide that you were just on.
That's good
Christy.
feedback for the applicant.
Okay,
So
so
there's an outline view. This was provided by a neighbor, but they did the calculations and are showing it on this exhibit. It's in the agenda supplement on page 87. I can zoom in even further. Can y'all read that?
So we have 2 shorter white houses that have about 13, 14 feet in between. And then we have 2 taller and wider houses. I'm going to our subject property.
So my eyeballing was pretty daggone good, but being off by 10 or 11 inches.
That's some good eyeballing. So it's like 13, 14 feet apart, right? And then could we get to the subject property?
Yep, it's right here.
Yeah, and then we have about 12 feet apart with taller and wider houses that are both non-historic. Okay, so just those, so we don't have to eyeball it. Commissioner Bonaparte, it's on the spacing.
PJ kind of stole it back, but I was going to go to the streetscape and make the point that actually I feel like the rhythm is not lost on that street because you do have those 2 smaller houses with a narrower spacing. And then you move up and then you move up a little and then to the subject house and the house to the left, they have a narrower spacing, similar height, and then you move down. So I think to the point that was made earlier, there is a rhythm that's happening already on the street, and I don't think it terribly disrupts it, in my opinion. And that there are houses that are closer together as well. They just happen to be smaller homes, or shorter in height. But to the point of rhythm, I don't think that that's quite lost with this house being there. And I want to, make a correction of something I said early on. I failed to remember the 3D views of the subject property, which has that receding roof. And I personally think that the massing to me of the roof is not a problem in considering that that roof is receding. And you have all of the breaking of the walls that are along that left side. So, I mean, I don't have an issue with this design at all, actually.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Bonaparte, thank you. Does anyone have anything to add that we've not already stated as it relates to spacing? All right. So let's move on to orientation. Commissioner Walker? Straight ahead. It's pretty simple. Anyone think this is not straight ahead? All right. Massing and complexity of form. Commissioner Barth?
I'm okay with this application with regard to massing and complexity of form as it relates to historic examples found in the neighborhood.
Okay. Anyone have anything to add that has not already been stated by Commissioner Barth? Okay. Height and width. Commissioner Whitlock.
You've got a street with similar size lots with different size houses going across, up and down. And I think that, when you're pushing the larger scale house, keeping within the parameters that are given, I don't have a problem with the height or the width.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden, do we have precedent for this height and width with historic houses in the neighborhood? On the street?
Based on the look at the Zatwell and driving back and forth a couple times last time and a couple times this time, I don't think that it's gonna stand out. I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
So there's precedent for it with height and width?
I believe there is, yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone have anything else to add that has not already been stated? Okay. Scale. Commissioner Walker. It's scaled appropriately. Okay. Anyone have anything else to add that has not already been stated by Commissioner Walker? Okay. Directional expression. Within the context of the streetscape. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, and looking at the Zotwell survey and adjacent houses, I think that the directional expression is appropriate.
Okay. Anyone have anything else to add that was not already expressed by Commissioner Goodwin? Okay. Foundations, Commissioner Henningsen.
No issue.
Anyone have any opinion that differs from Commissioner Henningsen? All right. Roof forms and materials, Commissioner Barth,
No issue.
no issue? Okay. Anyone have a differing opinion? Okay. Cornices and trim. Commissioner Whitlock.
I feel like the cornices and trim are appropriate.
Okay. I hear flipping through pages, so I'll give you a moment. Let's take a beat. And let me know if anyone has a different opinion. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes, had mentioned the vertical shiplap siding before and whether or not that's appropriate for the district. So I
Okay.
question that.
All right. So we'll want to make note of that.
That might come into play with materials coming up.
Okay. So why don't we scoot on over to doors and windows? Doors and windows. Commissioner Walker.
Doors and windows.
Mhm.
I think that the design of this building adequately uses both.
It does have doors and windows, yes. Doors and windows that meet our HDC standards.
Yeah, I think that they're a little bit more contemporary, but they're within the parameters.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
I have a comment to that. And I see some staff notes about rhythm and things like that. I think for the main house, with exception to the back, but I'm not going to focus on that since it's not seen from the street. I think the house has adequate organization and fenestration relating to its architectural style. I will say that on the accessory building, though, I'm trying to get there. I would like to see, there's that one wall, I think it's the rear wall. For sake of the neighbors, I think I'd like to see some articulation of that rear elevation at the main level for the
Okay.
ADU.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Henningsen.
Could we go back to the main house and look at the left elevation, please? All right, so let's just start with the top picture. First floor. Maybe, does anyone else feel like the windows on the first floor are maybe a little undersized? No?
Not for the architectural style.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the windows? The left elevation, well, any other comments? All right, let's move on to porches. What do we think of the porch, Commissioner Bonaparte?
Nothing jumped out at me about the porch.
Okay.
Seems
Anything jump out at anyone else about the porch, or are we good to move on? Commissioner Barth?
Per staff's comments too, and I would tend to agree, would like to see more historically represented architectural details with regard to column and beam alignment, as well as eave conditions for both the portico / main house porch as well as the ADU.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Hayden, did you have something you wanted to add, sir? Okay, all right. Okay. Now we're on materials. Materials, Commissioner Whitlock.
I think that's a good use of materials, and the brick samples, I think, would be exceptional with this architecture on that street. The that's all I have to say.
Okay, Commissioner Goodwin. Do we want to talk about the fiber cement siding with the faux wood grain?
Yes, as mentioned, we do have a guideline that does not allow for the wood grain, the faux wood grain. It needs to be smooth. And then once again, I'll call into question the vertical shiplap siding and if there's precedent for that. Oh, sorry, I call into question if there's precedent for the vertical shiplap siding, and also the siding should be smooth and not faux wood grained.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Henningsen?
So you're saying say no to faux wood grain siding? In all seriousness, no. In all seriousness, the vertical shiplap siding, I feel like it's taking a nod from some of the board and batten that we see on Tudor as well. A different interpretation. I do think it's clever. I do agree, no to the faux siding. I wonder if there is, a cementitious product that is of an appropriate thickness for other historic Tudor houses. I don't know. I don't know that answer. I know that with Hardy Artisan not being available anymore, and I don't know remember all the specs with Nishiwat, there may be another cementitious product out there that has the same thickness that you would want. So if that did exist and the applicant were to bring it back, I'm sure we would consider that. Just what's being proposed now, no to faux.
Okay.
Porch, metal porch.
Yeah.
I think we've approved metal porches before, standing seam metal porches. And I think we may have approved one in Dilworth.
Do you know, Cindy, have we done that? Can you tell us what we did? Will you tell us what we did?
Just from the top of your memory, hit all 20.
Call a friend. We need a lifeline.
So Christy is the memory ninja, not myself. However, recently you've ixnayed that on a Plaza Midwood property. However, always go back to your guidelines.
I know we've denied them, for the primary roof. I just couldn't remember if we have approved any for a porch. That's all.
I think that's something that maybe staff, i.e. Christy, could look into. She definitely could probably name the address off the top of her head.
Perfect. Okay.
I
So
don't
maybe
have-
that's
I don't
something.
have those skills.
No,
but
no
yes, it's
worries.
Something that we can dig into a little bit ultimately.
And we can make that staff approvable.
Good.
Okay.
For what it's worth, or sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but for what it's worth, the application of standing seam here, and we're going to ask Christy, metal roofs have been used in these districts on certainly not the whole roof, but accent roofs, porches, things of that nature. Standing seam meant to mimic like a folded seam or more of the historic materials here. So I think, being that it's a minor application across the whole project, barring any sort of previous examples or anything from staff, they're asking about if we've approved standing seam on front elevations, minor roof forms.
I can't remember. I think there may have been one.
I remember one in Dilworth, and the only reason I remember it was the color of the roof. The applicant had wanted black, and our recommendation was that's a little too, we typically don't make recommendations on color, but in this one instance, it shouldn't be black. But again, that's all I remember.
You're right. And that's in the new standards for materials, is that because like metal roofs, the color is integral to the product, like brick. You can speak to the color of that, which is different than wood, which the color is applied to. So, and I believe the standards require like a dark color, and you can pick something that would go with this house in particular. We definitely say no red, no green, no blue.
So in guidelines 6.15, number 3, that's not speaking to roof materials.
I need to look at that, but there is in the new standards, we do talk about metal roofs. It might be on commercial buildings, but a metal roof is a metal roof. We didn't talk about metal roofs in residential because we typically don't see it. Let's see here. I will look for it and tell you where it is.
All right.
If you want to keep moving.
Yes. Okay. So, that's really it for our new construction, right? So, and we have the accessory building here, it's new construction. So we've covered all the various points. I think that we should start crafting a motion to see where we stand. You've been typing, Phoebe.
Yeah, I feel like I may have missed a couple of points. Let me just.
We'll work as a team.
We always do. Okay. My motion is going to be to approve. And approve with conditions. But hold on, do we need to talk about the brick as a material?
We do.
We have not talked about the brick.
No, why don't we pass it around?
Yeah.
But you keep going, please. Okay.
Nobody drop that on their foot. Okay, so the conditions would be, and I've got guidelines written down, and I'm just going to go through these quickly just to get feedback, and I will start from the beginning and repeat it as well. So first condition was standard 6.17 number 2 for porches to have more historic column beam and detail. For materials, standard 6.18 number 2, no faux grain wood siding. The applicant should use wood unless they can find a cementitious product that meets the dimensions that we require. Staff to approve the material used for the roof. And then I'm kind of stumped on the vertical siding, right? I think it's a modern interpretation of board and batten. So I don't have a problem. So I don't have a comment as it relates to the vertical siding.
Yes, please.
That can always be
Commissioner
a friendly-
Goodwin has something to add.
I know in one of our previous meetings, it was stated that sometimes the board and batten siding, we see it on accessory structures or dormers. That's the reason that I brought it up, because this is on a primary front elevation, very large area. So that's why I brought that up. Just wanted to bring that.
Sure.
So again, perhaps finding a precedent in the area.
Commissioners, what are your, other thoughts on the vertical siding in the front elevation?
I think if you're going to approve it, you should have precedence for it.
Okay.
While I have this, not to subtract from the current topic, I don't know that I would agree with this sample. It seems like it has like an applied some sort of paint or something to it. The other ones seem more like additive or whatever.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. And let's, when we get to materials, let's hone in on that. But you keep going, please.
So anyone else? Anyone else for or against the vertical siding? I'm sorry, the vertical siding on the front elevation.
Typically, since it's a new element, you would request a sample for that. It's not something we've seen. That's just, I can't bring to mind.
Yeah, that's right. It's never been used either.
Yeah. While we're on that topic, 4.5 is roofing. So 4.5, number 5, and number 8.
Oh, 4.
It's talking about, replacement rehabilitation, but it's also talking most specifically about metal roofs and their locations and applicability. And it does note that they're not commonly found in the districts, but sometimes on porches, bay windows, and secondary locations. And that the important consideration is that you replicate the historic standing seam, not the type of roofs that have larger grooves with snap lock seams and wide V-shaped caps at the gable ridge. And not to use bright colors or raw anodized aluminum, but neutral shades of gray, brown, and black. So that's 4.5, number 5, and number 8. And some captions for photos.
Okay, so I think in summary, you're saying that having a pre-finished metal roof on a porch aligns to standard 4.5, 5, and 8.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think if you find that that's appropriate for a modern interpretation on it, like a Tudor porte cochere, we've allowed them in the back before plenty of times, especially when you have a very low slope. And the slope on this is very low. It's nearly flat. So I don't know that you'd get another roof material unless it's, you definitely wouldn't get asphalt shingle on this slope, but I would defer also to the architects and contractors. Thanks.
Was it noted that it was pre-finished metal anywhere? I don't recall that. Because copper would be an option and therefore more historic look.
That's a great point and would go with the Tudor.
Okay. All right, so metal roof is, we're approving a metal roof due to standard blah, 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 because it's pre-finished, low slope, and not incongruous with the Tudor architecture. Okay. All right, brick sample, everybody, where did we land?
Chris Barth had some comments.
Personally, I like the Pine Hall sample out of the 3. The other ones looked like it had some sort of like whitewash or something on it, which, in my opinion would go to our ban on painted brick. I mean, it's a version of painted brick, in my opinion.
Christy, have we approved that type of brick before?
No.
Okay.
Traditional colored brick, I believe is how the guidelines read.
Okay. So Chris, why would we approve a non-traditional color brick?
I would argue that not all traditional brick is red.
That's good. Okay.
I think it would just be a level of documentation in the district.
Well, Nick could also work with our resident mason right on historic applications that are appropriate here.
Mhm.
Okay. So are we saying the brick is staff approvable, or are we picking one? Okay,
I don't want
so-
that.
I was just hearing what you're saying, that Mason, and I'm like,
No.
okay. All right, sir, would you mind holding up the brick sample again? Maybe we can pass it around one more time. Commissioners, anyone have any feedback on the brick sample? Is anybody,
So this brick sample appears to have some type of cementitious slurry that was applied to it. And I can't tell you if that would be considered historic in this district, but I know it's historic in other places around and in Europe and so on. So, but that's what I would see, that being like some type of slurry that was put on this at some time.
Could we either, okay. Okay, no, it was for you, if we could reopen or for the applicant, or for me to interpret.
Let's reopen.
Okay.
I'd rather
Yeah.
get a direct answer.
Great. Ask your question that you just asked me about the sample.
Okay, sure. It's our intention to finalize not only the color and materiality and the shape of profiling and trim work as part of our final drawings. But we intend to build a full mock-up 6 feet wide, 8 feet tall, with a section of the roof with the copper accent, with the brick. Is that a perfect opportunity to be able to dig in to those nuances? Because I get that it'd be a struggle for you to pick every material today, but I want you to be aware, we're gonna have it all on hand, and if you don't like it or you need to evaluate it, it's there to review.
we did ask, and again, the project was multifamily and a much larger scale, but we did ask the Kingston on West folks to do a couple of mock-ups on that cast stone versus Ephes versus, I mean, that's.
In the current climate too, one of my concerns is when we go to order this brick, the brick company, which Taylor Clay, the ones you're looking at, has been an operating brickyard for over 100 years in Salisbury. They may say this particular brick is not being produced, or it's 6 months lead time because of the supply chain. I'd love the opportunity for you guys to be able to.
Commissioners, I definitely like that idea. Since the brick is so dominant on the house, I want to make sure that it gets the justice that it deserves. Okay, all right, so we'll punt on the brick.
And will you close?
Thank you. Sorry.
We will reclose for deliberation.
And yes, you absolutely did that for the Kingston Townhomes, and staff went out and reviewed it in person and then brought photos back to the commission.
Okay.
I have a question. So the spirit of our guidelines, just for clarity, in my own understanding from a historical perspective, are that we're not painting brick and it's to be left natural because it's not fulfilling its purpose as a weather barrier if we paint it. Correct?
Well, and it's changing the complete look of houses.
Changing the look. So
yes, it says no painting and don't undertake any like scrub coating to bricks, which is like that low aggregate mortar limestone wash. Yeah.
So in my opinion, anything that is surface applied to brick is steering away from that concept. Therefore, any sort of masonry or brick material, unless it's introduced in the modular unit making process, that would not follow our guidelines. So like the samples that we're seeing here, there's like surface applied, whether it's paint, whitewash, something like that. To me, that speaks against our, it interrupts the integrity of or destroys the integrity of the spirit of what we're trying to do with masonry.
That's for y'all to decide. You would be introducing a new material, which would open it up potentially for other projects too, and maybe potentially mislead people into thinking they can paint.
So let me ask this. There are like white or tan or lighter colored brick options out there that aren't painted brick. So if it's the applicant's goal to achieve a lighter color masonry, could that be something that we would approve?
That was approved on another house under old guidelines. Is it Berkeley? And they wanted a lighter brick, and they proved that they're keeping the detail because you could clearly see the mortar, and it was a lighter brick that was clearly just a lighter brick, not any sort of applied coating. But again, that was old guidelines, and I can't remember the exact address, but I can find it for y'all.
So quick question. It does look like two of those has something applied, but one of them is it really something applied to the middle one?
No, it looks like there's, may I? It looks like this one.
Yeah.
A lighter colored brick. And I will pull it up on the screen for everyone. The other two do have something.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Hope they could hear me. Let me pull it up here to the brick sample photos so everyone at home can see what we're talking about. I think it's 63. Oops. So this one, it doesn't translate as well, but this one is a little bit lighter, more gray in person, and it's coming a little more red on the screen here. And that's the one that doesn't look like it has anything applied. And then this one looks kind of like it's lime washed. And this one. So it's the appearance that it has a coating. You can see the red brick under it. I think that's what you're asking, Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yeah, the first one that you pulled up in person doesn't appear like there's something coating it at all.
Right.
Looks like it's just a light color.
Right.
Brick.
And granted, the bricks are manufactured, right? But it's the appearance that there's a coating. It's maybe, part of the brick as it's manufactured, but the point is it's giving an appearance of a coating. Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I think we all agree, we like to see a mock-up, and maybe that mock-up is one or two of the ones that the applicants like, and as well as maybe a traditional brick that's maybe lighter in color.
It would also give you a look at like the siding too that you're questioning.
Yeah, and absolutely. Okay, so coming into this conversation, I'll be brief. I was feeling this was going to be an approval. My motion was going to be an approval of conditions, but based on our conversation on the brick and the siding, my motion is going to be a continuation, with some conditions. Okay, and my conditions are beam detail, materials, and accessory building. Have I missed anything? And then I'll read out my motion in detail. Did I miss anything big? Any big rocks? Siding on the front porch. That was the vertical restudy, the siding on the front porch.
Yeah, also the impervious area, I think should be in the motion to clarify that.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application with the following points. Review on the front porch per standard 6.17, number 2. Provide more historic column beam detail on the porch. For materials, per standard 6.18, number 2, no faux grain, cementitious wood siding. The applicant should use wood unless they can find a cementitious product that matches the dimensions we require, i.e. matches the actual dimensions of wood that's common on a Tudor house. We are approving the metal roof on the porch per standard 4.5, number 5, and number 8. The metal roof is approved because it does have a low slope porch roof. It is pre-finished, and a low slope roof is not incongruous with the Tudor architecture. We're also asking that the applicant come back to us with mock-ups and samples of the brick. The sample should include ones of their choice, as well as a traditional brick that is lighter in color. We're also, from a materials perspective, asking for a restudy or to provide precedence of the vertical siding on the front elevation. Also asking for a restudy or confirm the calculations of the impervious area in the rear yard. On the accessory structure, we need a little more information. We just need clarification on what the actual height is. We need to understand what the materials are and the specification for the garage doors. We need more information on the beam and column alignment, as well as reviewing and adding fenestration to ensure that there's no big, long, blank walls.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion?
Moving the metal, but you're considering it appropriate in this case as a continuance.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, Cindy. Motion,
Friendly amendment accepted.
and is that good with you, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
All right.
Are we switching, I just want to be clear, are we switching from your motion from approval to continuance due to the fact that we want to see a mock-up? Because I would imagine a mock-up would take place during construction.
So it's because we want to confirm the brick selection as well as restudy on the vertical siding in the front.
So are we asking them as part of the continuance to come back here with additional brick samples as well as vertical siding samples? Just to be clear.
Vertical siding samples, well, either restudying the vertical siding and providing a different option, or providing a precedent where that vertical siding has been used in a Charlotte historic district on a Tudor house.
Okay. And then one other point I wanted to make with regard to the standing seam roof. We're indicating that it's appropriate for this project, but I think it would be valid to point out that we'd want them to work with staff on color and connection detail selections with regard to as a response to number 8.
I absolutely agree with that friendly amendment.
Could they bring that information back to y'all next month instead? Since you're also including, brick and I would feel better about that.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks.
So friendly amendment accepted?
Accepted for the applicant to bring samples of the metal roof with color back to us with all the other stuff.
And are you still good with that, Commissioner Goodwin?
Good with that.
All right. Any further discussion of the motion?
Yeah, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Walker?
So the motion is for the continuation for the reasons that you listed and not for any other reason. So if one were to yay this notion, that would indicate an approval of all the other aspects.
Yes. Yep. Meaning that if my motion passes, we won't talk about height, width, massing, anything like that in the next meeting.
All right. Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 6-2. All right. So got much further than last time. Almost there. All
I
right.
would add, don't be discouraged. Projects of this size, like it is few and I think I can count on less than one hand how many people get approved the first time. So
I'm in real estate. I know what it's like to work on something for a long time and wonder when it was going to be over. So, thank you for coming.
okay, Commissioner Parati needs to leave. TJ, you are up. Do we need a 5-minute break, 10-minute break? Yeah, okay. I'm seeing yes, we need a break. We'll resume with 901 Berkeley. And we'll be back. Okay, hello everyone. We're back. Again, noting for the record that Chairwoman Prati has left the meeting and Vice Chairperson PJ Henningsen is now presiding over the meeting. We are hearing the next application, which is 901 Berkeley Avenue. Timothy O'Brien, are you with us?
I am with you. Good evening.
Hi. Hi, welcome. I'm sure
Thank
you had
you.
a long wait.
I
Have you been,
applaud your stamina.
thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I have not yet, but I'm glad to do so.
Okay. And are you here to talk on, thank you too for your patience. We have some folks in the room who have joined us all meeting, just waiting for this case. So
Oh,
we
geez.
appreciate their dedication. So if you would also be sworn in. PJ, you're up for swearing in.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right.
Thank you. Thank you. This application is for a rear addition and a new accessory building. So I'm not going to get into it any further. I'm going to turn it directly over to Timothy. If you would state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter. I'm on slide 5.
Certainly, that's fantastic. Timothy O'Brien, O''B''RIEN, 817 Ellswick Court, Fort Mill, South Carolina, 29708. And I am here proudly representing Justin and Katie King, the property owners, who I believe are also electronically connected to us.
Did the property owners plan to speak?
I believe they would probably be inclined to speak on their own behalf. Yes.
Yeah, I will if necessary, for sure. This is
Justin.
Justin King. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Justin. Did you just say yes to the being sworn in?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, good.
And this is Katie King. I say yes, being sworn in as well.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Okay, again, I'm on slide 5 and I'll scroll through for you if you just direct me where to go.
First, I'll just actually do a very quick overview, and then you can take it in the directions you're most curious about. As you had mentioned, it is essentially sort of a three-part modification to the existing home, which I would refer to as a colonial inspired. I think we're circa 1936 for its completion is the best that we know looking back on that. The existing home is, of course, a red brick.
Hey,
primarily red
Timothy,
brick home.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. We are having a hard time hearing you. Could you speak a little louder and a little slower?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is this audio any better?
Yeah,
Just
I
wanna
think
check
so.
on-
I'm
okay.
getting, just keep it slow and loud and to keep our court reporter happy, and that would keep us happy.
Sounds great.
Okay, thanks.
We have a 1936 brick colonial or colonial inspired home. There are essentially 3 component parts being enacted upon that. There is a second story addition which would occur over I would think it was a late 1990s, early 2000s addition that was completed on the home. A rebuild and addition to the accessory building garage in the rear, and an exterior screen porch. In broad brush, materials, trim details, and architectural elements are proposed to match existing to the extent that they can match the original spirit of things. In this case, the proposed windows, also being privy to earlier conversations, we would propose as a basis of design Pella Architect series or similar, which would be a simulated divided light wood window aluminum clad. Again, we were entertaining potential other manufacturers. The existing windows on the existing residents are wood TDL. The the addition actually includes a clad GBG product, which would be the area, I guess, planned north at the rear of the home. Where possible, we worked to utilize pitches that already existed for the roof that were common with the existing residents. We are on the existing home, it's an 812 pitch for the primary. So for the purposes of the accessory dwelling, we actually have an 812 pitch on those proposed dormers, 1012 on the primary, in the interest of essentially catching and marrying up to the 812. Again, brick would be selected to match. There are 2 existing bricks already utilized on the property, and that was again a function of the late 90s, early 2000s existing addition. The roofing proposed, or let me say existing. There is existing slate. The intent is to make a part of the master bedroom addition would be to harvest the existing slate to be able to reuse that on the main house. The screen porch and accessory dwelling, we are proposing the use of a charcoal colored, I would say Kynar 500 finish, dark gray standing seam. And again, brick would be, we would look at, or we are looking at in conjunction with Andrew Roby, seeking out manufacturers to as closely replicate the red brick that is present on the existing home for use on 4 sides of the garage, as well as on the screen porch addition and master suite addition. Yeah, there we go. That was. Yeah, we've provided in here both existing and proposed drawings for elevations to the site. I would venture to say of interest would be that the accessory, well, both the second story addition and accessory dwelling exist below, of course, the ridge of the primary home and do not hierarchically lower on the property. In the case of the ADU to the rear of the property, again, it is intended to replace a failing garage, existing garage structure, wood garage structure, and it is done as a practical matter in a 1.5-story approach to that, with a knee wall and dormer space to allow for some occupiable area of that garage. Windows in terms of geometry are in the main house existing home are 6/1 to the extent appropriate, and wherever possible we've tried to stay with that same proportion and light pattern, again with a simulated divided light, but again permanently affixed, again akin to a design basis of a Pella Architect series or similar. Let's see, I suppose I would avail myself more so to questions that you might have at this time, so that we could dive into any of the specifics that you might take an interest in.
Okay, thank you. We have folks in the room and calling. I think I would defer to y'all if you would like to go first, or would you like you're welcome to come up and use we need to use the microphone. Yeah. Yes, Roger's on the phone. Yes, he's on the phone with the room. He's on the phone with the room. Would you like me to call to have Roger talk?
He was going to have some input on this because
okay,
I think that would be helpful. Yeah,
okay.
come on.
Roger, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, welcome back.
Well, thank you. So nice to be back.
I know, twice in one meeting. It's been so long before now. Okay. We know you've been sworn in. Would you like to go ahead and share any comments that you have?
I can. Miller, you want to go first or shall I?
I think he has asked you to go first.
Okay, very, very well. Maybe go to slide 12, please. I think that's drawing A4. The Jordan's concern is, as a neighbor, they have a pool in their backyard. I think one really good thing is that garage is coming down. That existing garage is a mess, but they are concerned about their view shed with the height of the addition going on next door. I just got involved with this afternoon and had a couple of very nice conversations with Tim, but I really appreciate. But the existing garage ridge is about 14 feet 3 inches tall. The proposed garage is about 24 foot 8 inches tall with a dormer on that side. What would really help things, if we can work it out, would be to lose the dormer on that side so it doesn't affect their view shed over their cabana. Secondly, to take the roof slope on the primary roof on that garage on the north and west elevations down to the same pitch as the primary residence. I think it was 812. Wanted to keep the ridge for the dormer at least 4 to 6 inches below that ridge to let everything mate up properly, or at least more efficiently. And also wanting to see, I know the brick wall, screen wall will probably be continued, and they'd like to see what that's gonna be. With respect to the modifications, if the case is approved this evening, I would suggest that if Tim doesn't mind, I could work with Tim, resolve the issues in the garage between the Jordans and the Kings in a satisfactory fashion and submit those changes to staff with permit drawings.
Okay. I think that would also solve the issue of the garage being too tall per zoning with the current setbacks. So zoning limits you to 24 feet, or else you have to have a 15-foot setback.
Correct.
Okay. Gay, have you been sworn in?
No.
No, I have not.
Are you going to do any speaking?
I am.
Okay, we need to get you sworn in. PJ, one more time.
You got it. Really easy.
Yeah, right hand. Raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Okay, and if you would both state your names and your addresses and spell your names for the court reporter, please.
Miller Jordan, Miller.
Louder for the room, please.
Miller Jordan, 909 Berkeley Avenue, Charlotte.
Gay Jordan, Gay Jordan, 909 Berkeley Avenue, Charlotte.
Yes, I want to speak to this. We seem to have come to an understanding regarding the garage height and so on, and I'm very pleased about that. We still have an outstanding question about the height of the addition, and wanted that looked into for compatibility with historic property. And so that's what's still pending to be done and discussed, and I think all the parties haven't had a chance to complete that, but I think that would be something we would like to proceed with. I can just tell you as a background, we've lived in Dilworth for 46 years, and we've seen a lot of change. I wanted to say this briefly, I know this time is short, but I remember when we were looking at a place to live in Charlotte, the realtor told us not to go to Dilworth because it was not a nice neighborhood. And so we went there anyway and found a place and enjoyed it. And we very much appreciate the historic nature of it, restoration, and we are very much attuned to and concerned about even height requirements in neighborhoods and people making improvements or changes for various reasons. So I wanted to make sure that's clear that we want to do that, make sure that that's followed through on. We like our neighbors. We have nothing against our neighbors, but we do have a strong feeling about historic preservation of the neighborhood, and I'm worried about it slipping away. Gabe, you got something to say?
I do. Well, first of all, I just want to applaud the commission here. It's been a very interesting afternoon, and we're going into evening, but I'm thoroughly impressed with your diligence and your commitment to get it right. So thank you for that. I looked at the plans as best I could, and I just have some mostly need points of clarification. When this was described, when this proposal was described, it just said the last sentence on the details of proposed request said adjacent structures are a mixture of 1.5, 2, and 2.5 story residential buildings. What does adjacent structures refer to?
Sure. So if you go to just any building kind of around it on the map. Did I get that wrong?
No, if that, and I'm trying to think of who has a 2.5 story house, but it's another house.
It's another house.
It's another house, some,
The houses around it to provide the context.
okay,
Yep.
blocks, not all of Dilworth, but maybe just sort of, okay,
Around this house.
okay, helpful. I had difficulty understanding the final height of the roof, and I refer to the elevation 4 west, and it's the addition where they are adding a very nice master suite. And how high is the roof? I'm clear on the ceiling height, but how high is the roof? I couldn't figure that one out. I think that's important. The structure is pretty massive. It's pretty massive addition. So I also had a question about the spacing between the houses. And one of the reasons I have that question is because somewhere in the drawings, in the notes, it said remove fencing, and I need to know what fencing is going to be removed. There are 3 kinds of types of fencing between the 2 properties. There's a brick wall, there's metal fencing, and then there's a wooden picket fence. So is any of that going to be removed? I don't know. The other comment is just sort of partners, dovetails with my husband was saying, which was just the lot size and the mass of building on that lot. And again, height, and the garage is fine, except looks like a 2-story house. I mean, it's quite big, it's quite large. And Roger Dannert helped us a bit with the pool. I think it's going to work out so that it's not quite so massive, so we're not just facing an enormous barn of a brick wall, that it's going to be tailored and come down a little bit and be adjusted, make some adjustments. We did send in a photo of that view, and we were very concerned because the back of the proposed very nice garage, very attractive garage, the back of it would really tower over over that roof line, and there would be little skyscape, treescape, whatever you all call it. So that was just a concern to us. It's a very attractive garage. It's just quite massive. That's it.
So accurate site plan trees and height of addition, and I think massing of garage. Timothy, is there anything you would like to do to respond to either Roger or the Gay or Miller's comments?
That'd be wonderful if I could have a moment, and I would share the sentiment that I enjoyed the dialogue with Roger and the interest that everyone has taken in terms of making something that is both amenable to the Kings and to neighbors. That being said, I should go on the record as saying that I would defer to the Kings regarding any design decisions of that sort, if you will, to how they would choose to proceed. And then I'll do my best here to respond to the specific points that they had quickly. One clarification, and hopefully this will give us some clarity as it related to zoning with the garage height, even as shown, debatable whether or not that then comes down. The 24.8 that I had given you, I had actually misstated because I had given you a height based on the 0 finished floor height of the home. The garage actually sits lower, so we're closer to a 23.8 or lower number on that. That is my bad, just because I did not I didn't subtract out crawl space. And we could clarify that further as necessary, or confirm that. With respect to the master suite addition, something that I would just want to further reinforce that is really all occurring over existing footprint. In this case, too, the ridge would be below. Main house ridge is at 28.5 above finished floor. In that case, again, just as a function of the framing and the working the slate details and that slight offset that exists there, we would be about a foot and a half lower than that for the master suite addition. So as I think in the spirit of looking as though it was always a part of the original home. And let me see here. There was another question regarding fencing. I would probably refer to the best drawing would probably be A1. Which just speaks to, it's just a small segment of fencing that would need to be amended or removed as a part of the lower, the 1-story screen porch addition tucked into the back of the house. So a global comment with regard to perimeter brick walls and existing fences and things of that sort, that bound neighbor's property, there is not really an intent to do any heavy modifications to those elements.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions of the applicant? Because I do want to open up to the commissioner so we can start asking some questions.
I think we have one more unknown caller.
Okay.
Caller, are you calling in for this application? Hello? Okay, that's a no. Back to you.
Let's open it up for questions for the commissioners, but before we do, I have a question. So I think I'm hearing there's going to be some rework on the garage / ADU. So I think I'm hearing we don't need to spend any time talking about it today. The applicant, the neighbor are going to come back and rework it. Is that what I'm hearing? Or do we still need to talk about it?
On the garage part, correct.
The garage.
And I think I would check maybe staff notes had some missing elements just to give the applicant some more guidance on if there are additional things that they should be looking at to rework. But I think that's what you're hearing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this is Justin King. I was having some technical difficulties there, so I apologize. But run that back for me as far as with the accessory building, like what were you guys just discussing?
Sorry, if I followed the conversation correctly, I think I understood that, you as well as your neighbor, and the height of the accessory building, we're going to go back and do some rework, and we don't need to talk about it today.
To
Is
to
that
a
true or
certain extent,
false?
yeah, I think, guys, I think the point for me is my intention is, I have a good relationship with my neighbors. I want to do something that's, fair and just and, applies, to the laws that are there and in the spirit of the neighborhood. And I feel like we're trying to do that. But as far as me lowering the height of my garage, I think we've already done that. Like meaning like as far as I understand the law, and you guys got to teach me on this because we're working with our architect and we're trying to work in the best interest of the neighborhood, our neighbors. We love the historic nature of the neighborhood. That's why we moved there, quite frankly. And we're spending a bunch of money to do brick, slate, all these mediums that are in line with the neighborhood because we love the neighborhood. We love our neighbors. We love the way it looks. I don't want to live anywhere else, all those things. But I don't want to build a one-story garage. And so I just want that to be clear. Because for us, for the investment, when you're in a house that's 100 years old, there is an expense with keeping that house up to date and current. And, as you guys know, it's a struggle to keep those things working. If you've seen the pictures of the structure, we kind of inherited something, that we knew we inherited, but, needs to push forward, or it's a structure that really needs to be removed, just because over time it hasn't, it's not going to pass the test of time. Let's put it that way. So for me, I want to be courteous of my neighbors who, once again, we have a good relationship with. We literally worked with Tim on designing a structure with dormers. So it wasn't 2 stories, it was less than that. So, I don't know where that leaves us. Like I said, I had technical difficulties and I'm so sorry because I know you guys work so
Right.
hard and you go through all this rigmarole and, I don't want to add to that. But, I want to build a structure that's compatible with the neighborhood, that's within our rights, that works for us as homeowners, and creates value for us and our neighbors.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking. So question for you then. I just want to make sure. So, okay, so are we discussing your accessory building in this meeting? Okay,
As far as I'm concerned, we would be. Yeah, I mean, I would want to discuss everything. And once again, I want to be courteous to our neighbors. I really do. And I feel like we're doing that. One of the plans I had, because I think when you look at the side of our house and you look at a 2-story structure, when you look at what we're doing, it's going to be considerably lower. And I had every intention, I've talked with my neighbors over the past couple of days. I'm always running around and I wish I could have done this earlier. But, shame on me because, I really threw this at them last minute. I would have liked to discuss it with more time. But, one of the things I wanted to do was see if I could have Tim create a rendering for me to show them the height of the building, with technology, kind of like how you have this 3D rendering so they could see what it looked like. And then I even thought about taking a balloon, and cutting a string to show like, hey, here's the roof line of the existing structure, because I don't think it's going to be as offensive as a 2-story building. And, what me and my wife tried to do is look at the neighborhood, look at the house across the street, look at everybody around us and try to create something that really meshed with the neighborhood and didn't disrupt the neighborhood. I mean, we have tons of old trees. I mean, we are doing everything we can to really, really fit in and not disrupt. And that is our intention. But at the same
No, no
time,
worries.
I
No,
want to
Justin, I get
operate
it.
within our rights.
No, thank you for the clarification. So what I want to do now is I would like the commissioners to start asking questions about your project. But do you have any final comments that you want to add?
Me personally,
Yeah.
other than the idea that, we love the neighborhood, we love the historic nature of it. I don't feel like if you look around our neighborhood, that the changes that we're making, I know they've been referred to as massive. If you look up and down our street and one street over, I think you'd be hard pressed to call what we're doing as massive. I think it's in line with the neighborhood. I think it's, really a lot of the choices we made, we actually trimmed back on what we wanted to do, based on the idea of not being disruptive. I'm a kid that grew up Washington, D.C. area. There wasn't a neighborhood I lived in that wasn't full of 100-year-old houses. That's why we came here. We're trying to build something that complements the neighborhood, not disrupts it. And if you look up and down our street, I mean, I really feel like we're doing that. That's all I have. And like I said,
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so let's do this. So, commissioners, apologies for the confusion earlier. Full application is on board. We're here to talk about the addition. We're here to talk about the accessory structure. I'm a little confused, but we'll get through that. I'm sure you guys are too. We'll get through that with some of your questions. I'm looking forward to it. Who wants to start? Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I think that these plans are beautiful, but I'm with Mrs. Jordan. I just have a lot of questions, and in looking over this application, there just appears to be a lot of missing information. The ridge height of the accessory structure, I don't see it. And I have a question for Christy. If you look over the required submission checklist, is a Zotwell survey not required for garages on corner lots because that's in the list? And it's hard to see what this project looks like with the slides that have been presented. So is that something that needs to be provided? Is the Zotwell survey?
Okay, we can certainly do that. Typically on corner lots, yes. We also ask for, a lot of dimensions and details and window details and trees and all those things.
Yes, yeah, there's a lot of information missing. The slides are presented. I found the slides very difficult to follow and the way that they were organized. It's always a good thing to show existing adjacent to proposed elevation so we can get a feel for the changes that are being made. Again, the ridge height for the accessory structure, I didn't see that anywhere. And, to evaluate massing and height and scale and all those parameters that we look at, we really need the survey showing the relation of the accessory structure to other structures, and of course, the main house as well. I didn't see any details on the gate. That needs to be provided. And then there's a long list from the staff analysis of about 15 items that are missing with regard to the accessory building, the addition, the site plan. Just I just feel like the application is incomplete.
All right. Thank you, Phil. Commissioners, common feeling. Do we all feel like the application is incomplete? I'm seeing some head shaking. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Let's, if there's are there any other questions for the applicant that will close? Christy.
Roger's asking how he raises his hand, so it sounds like he wants to say something real quick.
Yeah.
Roger.
Christy, this is Candace. I don't have Roger.
Oh, maybe he left. Okay. Back to you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions to the applicant, then we'll close. All right, let's close for deliberations. All right, so I saw a lot of head shaking that the application is incomplete. Commissioner Goodwin, you rattled off a lot of things. are you ready to rattle off a motion?
Sure.
Actually, hold on one second. Commissioner Barth, something you wanted to weigh in on?
Yeah, I just have something to add. I agree that the application is complete. I think we need incomplete, rather. I think we need a good bit more information, but I think it'd be good for the applicant to hear some of our feedback, perhaps on fenestration, roof materials, massing, which it sounds like it's going to be addressed in the motion, but those are just my things, particularly fenestration or lack of fenestration and roof material.
If you want to take a couple minutes just to describe in some more detail so the applicant can have more of your intent and context.
Let's see. So particularly on the, well, I had it written down here. The west elevation of the addition, in my opinion, needs more fenestration. We have large expanses of blank walls for the accessory dwelling unit or garage. Let's see here. The north and east elevation, I believe, needed more fenestration as well on the lower level. Typically, as we just experienced in our last case, we don't promote large expanses of standing seam metal roof. It's supposed to be used sparingly. I would indicate, or I would push that comment to both the addition and the ADU. I think we need to see a site plan with trees. As well as other site elements.
Right.
There's some beautiful trees on the property too. I think we need to make sure they're adequately protected.
Okay. Commissioners, any other comments or questions before we turn it over to Commissioner Goodwin? Okay, Phil?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application and to complete all the items in the required submission checklist, which includes all of the items mentioned in the staff analysis with regard to the accessory building, the addition, the site plan, and also photographs documenting the condition of the existing accessory building. Also need to add a Zotwell streetscape so that we can assess all of the heights and the relation of the buildings to others in the area. I would also like to see a more logical presentation of the slides. I don't know, it would certainly be preferred to have existing side by side to proposed and have the slides presented in a more logical pattern so that we can follow it. Also provide the gate details, materials and design, provide a tree protection plan, and also restudy the fenestration on the accessory structure, and restudy any large expanses of metal roofing.
Any fenestration that needs to be restudied on the main house, on the addition?
West elevation.
I'm sorry, that's the west elevation of the
West elevation of the addition.
the addition. Yes, okay.
There we go. Phil, don't know if you'd accept this amendment, but I also feel personally that the new windows as proposed seem to be rather undersized as they relate to the window style and proportion of the existing house.
Do you accept that friendly amendment, Phil?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner.
One more thing, sorry.
Yes.
Did, maybe I missed it. Did we include the request for his outwell? Okay.
All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We have 4 cases left. You know what I'm gonna ask? Can we fit at least a couple of them in? It beats having another meeting. I'm getting them in. Okay. You do. The next one's 1001 Mount Vernon. You don't have to recuse.
No.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna move on to 1001 Mount Vernon. John Zucker, are you with us? And it could go potentially faster, y'all.
Grated potatoes, so we make them, so they're just almost baked potatoes, but still a little firm. We put them through a cheese grater.
John? Are you calling 15?
Bake it, so it's a little bit of saltiness, and then we put.
I heard cheese grater.
They're really.
Okay, we're missing John, so we are going to move on. Should we go on to 14 and 15 since you are gonna oversee those and then circle back to number 12? Okay. Angie Lauer, are you with us?
I am.
Oh, thank you, Angie. Okay. You're up. We're talking about 7-Eleven Berkeley. Have you been sworn in?
I have not. I just started my video, so I'll.
All right, Angie, while that video is coming up, will you please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
This next application is for demolition at 7-Eleven Berkeley Avenue. They're asking for full demolition. We have digital photos of all sides of the building, the architectural details, the survey, elevations, and the Zotwall survey. And then the applicant has also provided an additional piece of information about a National Register map and ages of structures. I don't know that it's super relevant to demolition, but it is there that as part of the agenda supplement. We'll ask Angie. Okay. Hey, Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter and maybe explain this exhibit to the commission, knowing that demolition is pretty standard review process.
Yes. So Angie Lauer, ALB Design, standing in for Alan Brooks, and 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
What, can you explain this exhibit for us?
Yes, absolutely. So this exhibit actually relates to the National Register. Where it shows the actual National Register nomination. Yes, slide 16, where it actually shows the ages of the year built of the homes. And this is probably one of the most important pieces of information. This particular property at 7-Eleven Berkeley Avenue was not included in the National Register. So it was there's 2 or 3 homes listed on here that were post war, or so 1940, 1941, 1949. So the other homes that are listed on here all predate that. They are 2.5 story homes dating back to the 20s and early 30s. That was the reason for this, this document right here. So it does relate to slide 16, 17, 18, and 19, and 20. So it was not included in the inventory of the National Register.
So to explain that to the commission, the National Register was written in the 80s. It didn't meet the 50-year threshold for inclusion at that time. And this whole corner basically was kind of cut out. It's my understanding. But that's only one of our considerations for level of significance for our purposes as National Register. So Angie, anything else you want to add about the building?
Yes, please. So in your package, and I just want to read a couple of things from Alan's. I know time is of the essence here, but this is quite important. So the owners purchased this house last year with all intentions to do a renovation of this house. It was discovered during their due diligence that the house, the foundation of this structure was built with 2 whites of brick. It does not have a proper foundation. And you also in your package have a letter from Southern Dynamics, which is an engineering firm, explaining this. Christy, if you can fast forward to that letter. Slide.
It's 21 and 22, it looks like.
No, keep going.
Oh,
Keep
okay.
going, please.
Slide 24.
Yes, in this letter, it actually describes the foundation along with the photographs that go along with this. So the house has 2 whites of brick. That means it's only 8 inches. That is really a non-structural wall. And it is not adequate to do an addition to hold anything other than itself in place. So looking at, potential for renovation on this project, there was limiting factors on this. The interior of the home as it is right now, the weight, it's described in this letter. Basically, it says that the foundation and its slab, the floor underneath, would only hold its own weight. Also important in this is slide 25. So following the guidelines and looking to do any type of addition to the rear, which is what you would want within your guidelines, doing an addition does not meet the 50% permeable space in the rear yard. So in this, the building as it exists already exceeds the allowable max building footprint on the property. So you can't go back, you can't go up, you can't go forward, you cannot expand the house. So the request was, with discussions for the historic, was to basically do a demolition. The other thing that is key here, and I will state that the 61% of the other homes on the street are 2.5 story homes that are averaging 30 feet in height. And this particular structure is 19.1 feet in height. So our limitations of going up structurally, we cannot do. We can't go back. So at this point, the only thing to do is to tear it down. And 2 things. One, again, not being on the original National Register list, and I know of its time, but it was not included. And also 2, when the historic district was formed, they used that as their basis for contributing structures. I'm sure you probably have different opinion now. But can't go up, can't go down, can't go out, and the roof height of all the other homes. And I know that this is probably one of the key things that I think Alan would want me to express is that when we consider height of going up on other homes, the inverse of that is that this house is so much lower than the other homes, and not by just a little bit. I mean, this is a story lower than the other homes plus a roof. And so we would ask that you would consider this for demolition in order to do anything structurally to this house, because it would essentially be a virtual tear down if we had to go all the way down to footing and foundation. And by the way, there is no footing under this house. And that is also described in the structural letter. So I'm going to make it short and sweet, but I think that pretty much sums up everything that Alan would like for me to share. So is that okay?
Excellent. That's great, Angie. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any callers, Candace? Looks like we might have one unknown caller. No callers. Okay.
All right.
Callers?
No callers. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant?
I do have one more thing to add, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So we're asking for a removal of the 365-day stay so that we can proceed. In your package, you have all the existing documents that's required in Chapter 9 of demolitions, where you have to document the existing structure. And in this package, you do have all the documentation and photographs of the existing in the event of demolition. So I'm asking for a removal of that 365-day stay.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Angie.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, any questions before we close?
What's the square footage of the house?
You're asking me, I'm sorry. It should be in the documentation.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I'm sorry.
There it is.
Just curious, that's all right.
Yes, it's on slide 26. So the square footage of the house, finished space is 2,700. The average home adjacent to it is in the 4,000 square foot range. So the delta differential from average home on the street and the block is 66% delta.
Got it. All right, commissioners, any other questions? All right, let's close our deliberations. Commissioners, just a friendly reminder, we have these nice demolition worksheets, and demolitions require three motions. So
I think Jim's ready.
Jim is ready.
Jim's not. Get ready for the one that's assigned to him, which is the next.
Who is this?
Okay.
I think I heard a volunteer for Commissioner Barr. So again, the first motion is to vote on whether or not the application is complete with all of the required documentation. Commissioner Barth, you doing this one?
Sure.
Please.
I move to determine that this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Commissioners, let's vote on whether or not the application is complete. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Application is complete. Let's move on to phase 2. Next is voting on whether or not this building has special significance. Commissioner Barth?
I move to determine that the building has special. Sorry. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because of its year of construction.
Second.
All right. Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 7-0 that the building has special significance. Last and final component, when may demolition occur? Commissioner Barth, would you like to make a motion?
I move to approve this project with a 365 stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the district.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 7-0. We're adding a 365-day stay of demolition.
So I believe Angie is also presenting the next application because the applicant has handed that off to her. Angie, is that still correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I need
The
to
next
state my name again.
application is for demolition. I will state that I don't feel that the application's complete. As shown on the staff staff memo, we don't have photos of all sides of the buildings and we don't have elevation drawings. I also asked for photos of significant architectural details, and the applicant provided some additional interior photos. I will move there in the agenda supplement. So crawl space, agenda supplement, page 100. 101 is crawl space. The attic is shown on 102. And then 103, I believe these two photos I'm pointing to are already in the application. They're also including a kitchen photo and then a photo of a corner of the rear and I guess an eave and a window. So it's up to the commission how you want to proceed.
Yes. So do I just make a motion that it's incomplete?
Yep.
Well, hold on. I mean, we need to let Angie, is there anything that you want to talk about on this application? Anything you want to explain?
Yeah, so Angie Lauer, ALB Design, speaking for John Brockwell, who is my client, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1. Yes, if I could, one of the things in this particular, I know that Christy said the application is incomplete. We are in the process of also having a formal structural report done on the house, but the preliminary structural report on this, the house is in extreme structural disrepair from the foundation to the roof. And one thing that this house is masking, it has vinyl siding, which masks the extreme damage, not just from the exterior, but from the interior. I'm surprised somebody was actually living in the house in the condition that it was in. So all the windows have been removed and replaced. There is extreme damage structurally. There is black mold everywhere, from the roof all the way down. And so I'm asking that you would consider this application for consideration for demolition, or we can defer it if instead of just deny it.
We can't deny it, but I did ask for the information when we met with you and the applicant and gave him an example of a demolition application and provided all this and didn't receive it. So, it's just my opinion that it's not ready for the commission to review, but of course it is the commission's determination.
Okay. Commissioners, Angie, anything else you want to add?
No, at this point, I think, Christy pretty much said everything, so.
Okay.
So you'll just go through the demolition worksheet and start with your first motion.
Okay. All right, so commissioners, any questions of Angie? No? Okay, let's close for deliberation.
Okay,
Jim,
I move to determine that this application is incomplete. And further documentation is required for us to consider.
Second.
And would you like any, at minimum, the digital photos of the building and architectural details?
Whatever we ask for normally, the complete package, which we do not have.
Yep. Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay.
all right.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion on the meeting or discussion on the motion? Okay, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes 7-0 that the application is incomplete.
Yes.
Okay, and that's,
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
okay, so
it's handled like a continuance essentially.
thank you.
Yes, so
Nothing else to discuss on this one then.
nothing else to discuss. I'm going to circle back to 1001 Mount Vernon. John Zucker, have you joined us? No, okay. So I think our last application is 718 North Poplar, and PJ, I believe you have to recuse for this. Now, Jill Sanchez Myers, our attorney, I've talked with her since our second vice chair isn't here. The commission just kind of appoints someone to lead. I maybe would suggest Commissioner Hayden, since he was our previous chair. Do they need to vote on it, Jill, or can they just say, we're good with this?
Ask if there's any objection.
Any objection?
Right.
I object.
Nice try, Jim. Nice try.
Commissioners, any objection to Commissioner Hayden chairing this last application? No?
Okay. The last application, let me pull it up. It's 718 North Poplar. It is application number 12 for anyone who is joining us online or on the phone. And the request is for painted brick.
Hello.
On a 1980s structure. So while this painting has already happened, again, like all after the fact applications, the commission is supposed to consider this case on its merits and as if the project has not yet occurred. So do we have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I was busy talking. Maybe it's the applicant. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Lance, are you with us?
Yep, I'm right here.
Hi, Lance, can you speak up just a little bit? We'll bump up the volume.
Is this better?
Much better. Lance, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we're gonna do
Okay,
that first.
please raise your right hand and affirm to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, again, commission, this building is painted, but you are to consider this as if it has not been painted. And it is a 3-story condo built in 1983. We saw it a couple years ago for some replacement siding issues. They were having some troubles with the building. But with that, I'm going to turn it right over to Lance. Lance, if you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for our court reporter.
Okay, hi, my name is Lance Clementi. My last name is spelled Clementi, and my address is 930 Queens Road, Charlotte, North Carolina 28207.
Thanks, Lance. I am on slide 4, and I'll scroll through the slides for you if you just tell me when to advance.
All right, so the big thing about this was just that the building was in big disrepair, and especially, it was very visible on the masonry. So our intent with this painting project was to mask the unattractive and inconsistencies that were visible because of that. And and of course, because it was damaged, the masonry was damaged as well. Yeah, that's it. We've heard, you know, since it's been posted on the like the sign has been put out in front of the building. We also heard from the architect who owns the building next door, who also, you know, supports the painting we've done. I just wanted to add that you know, our neighbors, you know, think it enhances the look of the surrounding buildings, doesn't take away from it.
We have no documentation or anything other than your word for that. So we
Right,
really
I sent
consider
that yesterday to Miss Harpst, but I don't know if that actually got in. That's all right. I just wanted to say that.
I'm so sorry, Lance.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't have it. But hold on, I'll take a look and see if I have something.
It would have just been in your email.
Okay.
I just forwarded it to you. It was around 11:30.
Oh, it was a forward. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. He did. I missed it in I'm really sorry, in our 104 page supplement. I did miss a page. I'm very sorry. I will read it. It is from Lucia Zapata Griffith, who owns the Poplar next door. And she says, please feel free to attach this email of support to painting brick of your apartment building. It's not a contributing historic structure, and having it painted as you have done creates a nice background to the other properties on the same street, such as ours, which is a historic landmark. The work you have done has improved not just your building, but the neighborhood. And your application number HDC RMA 2022-241 should be approved. So my apologies. I will make sure it gets into the record. And reading it, I hope, counts.
Thank you.
Joe? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No. I think, you know, the rest are mostly just pictures of the what we've done, a little bit of what it looked like before with some of the masonry. And there was the letter we got from the inspector referring to the disrepair the building was in, including the masonry.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. Commissioners, questions of the applicant?
Yes.
Yeah, the example that you gave of the brick problems that you have looks like it's just a small staircase area. Do you by any chance have anything to show us that is the building itself? Because those stairs actually look exactly like, I thought they were my stairs. Look exactly like my stairs in my little backyard. But just to get a better understanding of the need to paint the brick, that's all.
In the inspection report, the inspector referred to the column specifically. As far as photo evidence, I mean, it already did happen. I'd like to, you know, be able to present that to you, but I don't know if we have any pictures anymore at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I am trying to read this report. Anybody else have questions of the applicant? If not, we'll close for deliberation.
Yeah, this always stumps me because
Yeah.
ideally, we were asked, could you show us evidence of the building requiring, you know, some kind of repair? But we only have a column and a staircase or some steps. So, I mean, I don't feel like I have enough information to say that it needs painting. So that's just my 2 cents.
There's also the fact that the building is 39 years old.
Right. That's,
But we don't approve painting brick on new construction either.
Yep, there's that.
So, Nichelle, one thing we've done in the past is when people really wanted to keep their brick painted, they've used painter's tape to outline on the painted building where the issues are and taken pictures so it really shows up. And that's been successful with a couple of past applicants to show where some, bad cracks have taken place or bad areas of mortar patching. They just kind of tape next to it and take a picture. So they've done that.
Can I just make a comment? I mean, it says clearly in our guidelines that in section 5.5, number 5, that the applicants should repair cracks and unsound mortar with mortar and masonry that matches the historic material. I mean, there's, in my mind, an effort to repair cracks or damage should have been made in the beginning.
Sounds like a motion.
which is to what? You got to make the motion to deny the application?
To me, this is a disapproval. If we were reviewing this, if it hasn't been done already, I would motion to deny this application as it relates to section 5.5, number 5, and 5.8, number 7.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to deny. Do we have any discussion of the motion? All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Marin. I'm sorry.
Bart. Yes.
Okay, right. Commissioner Goodman, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden. Yes. For the reasons spelled out in the motion.
Thank you. This is, I think, new for you. We need to end the meeting, maybe vote on minutes and call the meeting to a close with no
I'm
other
used to
business.
the minutes. I'm not used to adjourning the meeting. So
Want to do minutes?
we can do minutes.
Okay.
Who was assigned? I can't remember. Or was anybody assigned?
I don't remember.
I have to plead that I did not read them.
No one's looking at.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think it was
you did.
PJ and Kim that were supposed to read the minutes.
Oh, you know who it was? It was Chris M and PJ. PJ didn't read. PJ.
All right, we'll
So
delay the
minutes till May.
till May.
I think there's another month we need to look at. Cindy, is it January? Yes. Yes. And we don't have it. Okay. So I have a note. Cindy, will you please help me remember January and March minutes? We'll send them out with the May agenda and the April minutes. So you guys will have 3 in
Okay.
May.
Okay,
Can we handle it?
we have to.
Yes, we do. Okay. You ready?
I am. We've reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If not, the meeting will be adjourned at 7:42.
Perfect. Thank you everyone so much for staying late. I really appreciate it.
You
It's
realize
helping us.
you missed the first quarter at least of the Hornets playoff game?
I'm so sorry. That's,
They are playoff game, whether in the playoff play-in tournament.
yeah,
I have to get that.
it's okay. Cindy has it.